Good morning, free riders. My name is Rachel Shannon. I'm here with the IFSA, and we are here in Kirkwood, California for the 2025 IFSA Junior Freeride Championships.
My name is Winter McBride. Today is our U15 and U19 ski men and ski women finals day. These athletes threw down the last couple of days. They had a pretty big cut in the field, and these are the best of the best in the U19 and U15 ski men and ski women field. We're really excited to see what they have today. They are pretty lucky. We are in the Cirque, which is a permanently closed zone here at Kirkwood, but they get the chance to ski and show us what they've got on this venue. We had the Challenger Series Stop 2 here last week, so these young kids get to compete on the same venue that our top-level Challenger athletes were also competing on.
And this venue is no joke. It is quite steep. It is quite gnarly. The conditions have not always been super favorable here this whole week, so we are just really excited to see what these athletes have in store for us. And we have our forerunners headed down the course right now. Cass Jones is actually on skis right now, so you got to take a look at that because it is quite the scene, but he is making some turns down the Cirque. Just threw a little air in there, too, I saw. Multi-talented athlete on not just a snowboard, but also on the skis. And again, this is our forerunner. So the forerunners are really just showing the judges what it looks like from their vantage point, how the snow is moving, and just really sets the tone for the day.
This is just so impressive. Cass Jones is a snowboarder, and today he's forerunning on skis. This is so much fun to watch.
And he's cooking with some speed there, too, coming into the gate. That was an awesome run for this snowboarder that now has 2 planks on his feet. We are stoked to see it. Getting all the hugs. And we have one more forerunner at the top. That looks like one of our Sugar Bowl coaches, I believe. But
This is actually Sam. He was a coach up at Alyeska, and I believe he's at Mount Baker now, up in Washington.
Now. All right, and we have him dropping in.
Sam is actually a teleskier. Look at those tele turns, dropping knees for the people.
Free the heel, free the mind is what they say. And he's coming in here to the top of the Cirque. Getting nice and calculated with his air here. And again, this is really just setting the tone for the judges, letting them see what it looks like as skiers get ready to go before the first athletes drop. And the skiers in freeride are scored on 5 things. The top most important one is their line. That is the path skiers and riders choose down the mountain. And they gain line score points based on the features they hit. The other 4 categories are control, technique, fluidity, and style, all of which accumulate into 1 score, and we have 3 judges in each of the panels, and it is just going to be an awesome day of free riding out there today.
Look at Sam go. He just picked off a couple cliffs up there, making some beautiful turns down the Cirque.
Dropping that heel and making it look smooth. Grabbing some air there, too. Lining up some more windlaps, just keeping it nice and fun and playful and just setting the tone for what we're going to see today from these U15 and U19 ski finalists.
What do you think, Rachel? Are we going to see some big 360s on some of those windlaps today?
Maybe even left and right. I think we're going to see some in both directions today. And juniors in freeride are not allowed to invert, but that really gives them the opportunity to dial in those spins and make them look nice and floaty, make them look so controlled, and just really add components to that style category that the judges want to see.
All right, Sam coming into the finish area. What a beautiful forerun. It looks like he's having a great time, too.
Free the heel, free the mind. All right, and we're getting to drop our first rider of the day. We are going to be running a dual panel system. So we have 2 sets of judges, which have 2 simultaneous competitions happening at once. And this allows us to get twice as many athletes in and just really be as effective as we can. Dropping in from panel A, we have Thomas Drummond. Thomas is 14 years old, coming out of Arapahoe Basin from the ULLR Mountain Freeride in Colorado.
He's coming in with some pace.
Big air off the top for Thomas.
This is a beautiful landing.
Thomas's biggest hope for the future is world peace, and how could we not love that? He is inspired and gives his credit to Shane McConkey, the absolute legend who actually founded the IFSA in 1996. His favorite run to ski is the one he's skiing right now, so you can just tell that Thomas is having an absolute blast up there on the cirque, making some beautiful turns, throwing in a 360 there. Coming into another air.
Let's see what he's got at the bottom of this venue. Almost looks like he's coming over towards handrail.
His skiing is just so smooth, too. It's so fun watching these athletes, making this venue look so easy. Coming up to the tower. Nice big air there. Little bit of a backslap, but absolutely popped right back up, straight to his feet. Again, this is a U15 ski male. Thomas is 14 years old and just absolutely threw down a stellar run to get the vibes warmed up for the whole day of finals here.
What a great start to the competition.
What a great start to our finalists here. Getting all the love from the friends at the bottom. We love to see the freeride community just really support each other. It's something that makes this sport so beautiful, is that freeride family.
Rachel, you've been in the start gate, you've been in the finish corral. That finish corral, the hugs, that's the best part of it, right?
It truly is. You just get to take a deep breath and look back at the run you just skied and just be so proud of yourself and really just share the energy that all the athletes feel and all the support. And it is just quite the feeling to know that you made it down and did something you are proud of. And going back up to the top, we have Arya Chung riding out of Jackson Hole. I actually got the opportunity to meet Arya at the You Thrive ski camp down in Chile, and she is just a menace. Arya is in her first year of U15 skiers. She's 12 years old. So Arya is a 12-year-old rider out of Jackson Hole, dropping into the cirque right now. And she is just the sweetest thing, so friendly, so kind, and such a strong skier. Coming in to bite off a pretty big chunk here of the circuit, looks like. Navigating that nice and smooth. And you can see Arya has a horn on her helmet, and it is actually not a unicorn horn. She is a narwhal. Not to be confused with the unicorn. We have a narwhal on skis here, as she is just absolutely tearing up the cirque, making it look so easy.
Getting this feature lined up. Beautiful.
And executing it so smoothly. That was such impressive riding out of this 12-year-old. I just can't believe it. She's so smooth and just, again, such a sweet girl. Really embodies the spirit of freeride. Her biggest hopes for the future are to get into the Olympics or on the Freeride World Tour. So Arya's got her heights set high. And her greatest interests outside of riding snowy mountains are math and rock climbing. So we have a well-rounded human on the venue right now. The people she credits the most that inspire her free riding are Jackie Peso and Justine Dufour-Lepont. So she got some big names that she's looking up to. Yeah. And Jackie was actually at the You Thrive camp. So Arya got to ski with her and train with Jackie, and it was just such an awesome experience. And I believe they're going back down to Chile with You Thrive again this year. So it's really cool to see just such a well-rounded athlete lining up this hit right here, grabbing some air and keeping it for the taking. She is going to cruise into the finish corral, and I'm sure she is just over the moon with that run right now. We got a narwhal coming into the finish corral, arms in the air. Arya is pumped. What an awesome run out of this 12-year-old from Jackson Hole, the Evolution team.
Back up at the start, we're back to Panel A with the U15 ski men. This is Rusty Lawson from Aspen.
Rusty says he is 174 months old, a U15 skier. His biggest hope for the future is to get taller. And Rusty skis out of Colorado here. His who he credits the most to inspire his free riding is his dad and also Shane McConkey.
Amazing.
And we love to see that from our athletes, just looking up to their friends and family and some of these bigger names in skiing as well. He says to describe himself in 3 words, he just listed the word gremlin. So
One word or 3 times?
He listed it once, but we could go gremlin, gremlin, gremlin.
Mm-hmm.
Out of Rusty Lawson here, coming to you from Aspen Valley. And it looks like they're getting ready to drop him here. And we are just so stoked to watch what these riders had. We were watching for a little bit yesterday with our U19 ski finalists, and my goodness, they are raising the bar for free ride. It is so wild to see what these kids are doing, and just so impressive to see where they are taking free ride.
It's so inspiring to watch. I can't wait to see how these athletes develop as they move into the adult series. It's going to be really cool.
And really where they're progressing the sport too. It's just come so far, and it's so fun to watch and see. Again, these are just proper athletes. Really quick on their feet, really good at making decisions. All these junior athletes have coaches as well, so the coaches come on venue in the morning during their on-snow inspection. They're helping them make these decisions, decide what is going to be the most calculated, safest run for them, while also just trying to put on a show and be impressive. And this year in IFSA, we have over 1,000 certified coaches. So the program has really grown a ton, and it's just so awesome to see these teams develop. And again, these coaches are really helping the sport progress with these junior riders, and it's just so awesome to see.
This is a great angle of the top of this cirque. You can see how many different ways you can navigate this top section. Super fun to see it from this view.
And this venue is quite the maze. There are so many things to jump off here. It is a fully stacked playground, and these athletes get to pick their line as long as it's within the boundaries, but they get the full, choice to choose where they want to ski, where they want to paint their line. And it's so awesome to see the creativity out of a lot of these athletes too. They're hitting stuff that we didn't even know that people could jump off of, and they're just making it look so smooth and really keeping that creative factor in the sport. Rusty's getting ready to drop in here. Rusty on course now, dropping into the cirque, catching some air there and just really setting the tone for his run. Huge air out of the gate, straight to his feet. That was absolutely massive for this U15 ski male. But he is not done yet. Rusty looks hungry for it as he puts another massive air to his feet, really grabbing those line score points and getting a little caught up in a snow snake, it looks like. But he is back on his feet and ready to finish his run. Rusty says his greatest interest outside of riding snowy mountains is the yo-yo and drinking Capri Sun.
That was a beautiful 360.
Really showing that he not only has the airs, but also has the bag of tricks ready to show. Looking like he's lining up something else for us there at the bottom.
That's the Russ Tester air. We've seen a lot of people hit that in our qualifier day, and I'm sure we'll see some more today for finals.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of spins over that one the last 2 days, so really cool to see what the athletes have in store for us, and what awesome riding out of Rusty Lawson here.
All right, we are back at the top with Grace Blackney from Telluride. Let's see what she's got for us.
Grace's biggest hope for the future is to compete on the Freeride World Tour, and her favorite part about skiing is how fun it is.
She's moving through chickens right now. Let's see what she's got for us.
Lining up some technical skiing here at this part of the cirque. It is steep, it is gnarly, and Grace is just making it look so smooth. throwing down some beautiful technical turns here. Again, technique is a category that these athletes are being scored on. So the judges really want to see nice pole plants, shins in the front of those boots, weight forward, and Grace is showing them just that. Lining up this really technical section. Grace says to describe herself in 3 words, it would be, let's go ski. So clearly, Grace loves the sport, and you can just tell she is having a blast up there on the cirque, making it look so smooth and so easy, and she is just so pumped to be there.
That was really nice, that maneuver over that rock. Let's see what she's got down low.
Nice. The most lit trick that Grace has ever landed in competition is a switch 180.
Nice.
So she's, showing off the bag of tricks. Nice air there. And just showing that she is no stranger to being in the air. And she's coming into this last section of the venue here. Making her way through these trees. What is she going to line up for us here? Looks like she's lining up something big and no hesitation there. Couldn't quite hold on to the landing.
That was a big air.
But that was absolutely massive. And the way she just rode straight into that, there was no hesitation. You can tell that Grace is a confident skier. There's no fear out of this 14-year-old skier from Telluride. So impressive to see the women in the sport just really pushing the boundaries and really showing that they are not afraid to push the sport and hit the airs and throw the tricks.
Wow, it looks like she doesn't have her ski poles. I wonder if she lost them on that feature there.
Oh my goodness. But she's getting the love from her team. Again, that freeride family is just something that makes this sport so awesome and so incredible, is the love these athletes have for each other and for the sport.
Coming up next is Ryder Anderson from J Peak. We're going to move back to panel A. They may have a ski ninja go right through and grab those ski poles.
All right, and Ryder Anderson is going to be our next athlete. Ryder says he wants to say hi to his little sister, Isla, and thanks to everyone in the J Peak community. So he's coming all the way from the East Coast, all the way from Vermont, and those Vermont skiers really know how to hold an edge on terrain and conditions that can be a little bit spicy. And we've got a ski ninja on course. These are people that are positioned at the top and ready to retrieve skis and poles and get to the athlete as fast as they can if they need any assistance with their equipment, or again, in this case, just clearing the poles off the venue and making sure that the course is open and ready to go for the next athlete. And we have quite the crowd down at the bottom here at Kirkwood. It is just another beautiful sunny day in the California sunshine and just some really awesome spring conditions. It's so cool to see such a big crowd gather for the biggest junior freeride event in the world, actually. We have the most athletes here in junior freeride, and it's so awesome to see the talent level and just what all these athletes can do.
We had the Challenger Series here just last week, so...
And Winter, if I'm not mistaken, you were competing in the Challenger Series, were you not?
Yeah, so I was. It was an amazing event. We had great conditions. A little colder than today. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Kirkwood. I think this venue's going to soften up quite nicely. A little bit of slush, a little bit of sun. We have beach vibes here today. It's awesome.
And the conditions really change throughout the day at this point in the year. So the athletes get an on-snow inspection at the beginning of the morning. They get to go check it out. They're not allowed to hit their features, but they're allowed to, poke at things and see what it looks like. So a lot of these athletes are hitting features that they've never hit before, and just something that, again, makes it so impressive to just stay really calculated, plan the exact trajectory, and then just lace it up is so fun to watch. And we are going to jump back to Panel A. We have Ryder. He is 13 years old, coming to you from Jay Peak. His biggest hope for the future is to be on the Freeride World Tour, and his favorite part about skiing is having tons of fun. And he is dropping into the venue right now.
Moving with some pace through this section here.
Again, these Vermont athletes are no stranger to some icier conditions, but it looks like it is softening up for Ryder here as he just grabs these line score points and keeps them. Coming into Hell's Buttress. Ryder is just jumping off everything he can find here. Lining up a mandatory air, no way out but air for Ryder there, and just absolutely putting it to his feet. Staying nice and smooth as he makes his way through the venue. Looks like he might be lining something else up for us here.
This middle section of the venue, you can really use it as a moment to catch your breath before
Another huge 360.
Yeah, that was great. Bit of a washout there, maybe.
But back up and jumping in the blink of an eye. And to describe himself in 3 words, Ryder said, Ryder Edward Anderson. So I think that's probably a pretty detailed description of who Ryder is.
Really owning his name.
Owning the name. Coming into this last section of the venue here. And just grabbing some more air, linking it to another huge 360. Ryder has clearly been working on his tricks, and arms in the air, he is stoked.
So fired up. I think that was a really fun way to link those 2 features.
Really creative and not much time in between. So again, shows how nimble these athletes have to be on their feet. Oh, and he's got all the hugs at the bottom. Looks like the Vermont crew is lining up to show him some love. And back up top, we have a Crested Butte athlete, Autumn Ivanko, dropping into the course right now. Autumn lining up this sneaky shoot here and keeping it super smooth, super controlled.
Coming under the hanging snowfield, let's see what she has here. Just taking a little piece off the side of that.
Autumn is 14 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is to keep doing freeride. She gets her inspiration for freeriding from her coaches and friends.
I love that. That just shows a heart of a freerider, inspired by friends, inspired by the community. That's great.
And these kids just really keep pushing each other, and they just are so excited to share what they're learning and inspire their friends. And again, we got another mandatory air, no way out but air here for Autumn. Lining it up, making sure she is nice and dialed.
Just threading it right around that rock.
So technical to really just come out with that speed and point it in a safe direction around those secondary hazards, and Autumn is just making it look so smooth. When Autumn isn't skiing, she also loves mountain biking. So we have another multi-talented athlete here, bringing it in the winter and in the summer, and she is just making some huge carves through this part of the venue. And she's navigating her way through the trees here. Again, this venue is such a maze. It can be so difficult to remember where you're going, and Autumn just looks like she is so dialed and ready to bite off another chunk there and taking it straight to her feet.
Oh, just getting a little washed out there.
Looks like those snow snakes today are just brutal. They are ruthless.
She's got her hand up, back on her feet. Looks like she's all right.
And she is going to cruise into the gate here. And I'm sure she has lots of hugs waiting for her at the bottom from the Crested Butte team. The crowd is so stoked. We can hear them from here. And Autumn makes it safely down from her run, straight to the hugs. You can just see all of the love from her teammates. And that was our third skier from panel B. So we will jump back up to panel A. Again, we're running 2 simultaneous competitions at once, so we have 2 sets of judges at the bottom.
When we move back up to the top, we're going to have Shane Rapishko from Durango Winter Sports Club. Looks like he's getting ready to drop in here.
And his favorite mountains are Purgatory and Telluride. His biggest hope for the future is to stomp the run. So let's see what we have here from Shane.
It's pretty fun to see this crowd out here at Kirkwood. We have Canadian flags. Region 2 is all of the Americas, North America, South America. We say Region 2 is Alaska to Patagonia. So we have a lot of athletes that are trying to get to this event.
And they did. We had athletes that truly came from Alaska to Patagonia. We had the Alyeska team up here. We also had athletes representing Chile, so coming all the way from summer in South America to put their skis on and compete here at JFC's. And it's just been quite the week. The sun has been out for the majority of the week. We have the flags blowing in the wind today. We can see the Helly Hansen, the GoPro, the BCA flags. Everyone is just so stoked to be here. And again, huge shout out to Tahoe Freeride and their whole team. They have just made this experience so much fun and so smooth and just an absolute blast this week here at Kirkwood.
It really has been so fun to watch all these athletes from U12 starting up in Eagle Bowl to U15 and U19 in the Cirque. It's been so cool to watch. The level of the sport is just getting so high.
It's exploding.
It's so cool. These athletes are motivated. As you can hear, a lot of them are wanting to go to the Freeride World Tour, and with talk of the Olympics, they want to be there too.
They want to be there, and we have Shane dropping in right now from Durango Winter Sports Club. Shane's favorite part about skiing is catching air, so I bet we have some big airs lined up here for Shane on this run. Kicking it off, showing us that is his favorite part of skiing, catching all the air.
That was a beautiful little airplane turn off that first hit for him.
Shows so much control to be able to maneuver like that in the air. Lining up another air into a chute that is mandatory. So Shane just really linking one feature to a next and putting it straight to his feet. Little wash out there, but he is back up and cruising.
That last feature, there's a bit of transition, but it also flattens out. So these athletes have to know how to time. They need to know how to have the right speed moving into them so that they can catch the transition.
It's not easy to do. Again, a lot of these athletes are hitting features that they've never hit before and gapping over the air, catching beautiful transition. And he is not done yet. Another 360 that was just so floaty and so beautiful. And Shane is cooking into the venue right now. What fast skiing out of this Durango rider. And lining up something for us here at the bottom. Nice and smooth through that section here. Coming to the money booter. Another big 360 showing that he has the bag of tricks and he is going to show them off.
That was a great run from Shane.
And he wraps it up and comes into the corral now. Awesome riding out of this Colorado rider.
We're going to head back up to the top. We have Tabitha Silver from Palisades. This is a local girl.
She is 14 years old. It looks like she goes by Tabby, and she is just out here dropping into the Cirque. She credits her inspiration for free riding the most to her sister. We love to hear.
Just coming out of bucket chute there. Let's see what she has for this middle section. All right, she's coming into this mandatory air. Let's see what angle she's going to take.
Lining it up to the Mando and absolutely lacing that to her feet. That was such a smooth exit for this 14-year-old skier. I almost giggle a little bit when I say 14-year-old skier because I cannot believe how young these athletes are skiing such wild terrain and making it look so smooth. The most lit trick she's ever landed is a bad front flip. So I bet Tabby is working on cleaning up those tricks so she can just absolutely launch them next season. And coming into this last section of the venue here, lining it up, where is she going to go? Biting off a nice big chunk of that last feature and absolutely taking it to her feet as she comes into the corral with some speed right now. Palisades Tahoe local. Here she comes. What an awesome run. Getting all the love from the team at the bottom. The mandatory hugs at the bottom of the venue. We love to see it. Mandatory airs, mandatory hugs. It is just quite a good time out here in Kirkwood right now.
We're going to move back up to the top, and we have Banks Ward in the start gate. He is from Steamboat.
And it says here his favorite mountain is actually Kirkwood. So he is probably so stoked to get to put down a line on some permanently closed terrain that we get here for JFCs. And we are just so excited to see what this next athlete has in store for us. Banks is also 14 years old. So wild to hear that these athletes aren't even old enough to drive a car yet. And here they are throwing 360s and crazy features out here on the circ. And we are getting ready to drop our next athlete here. It is going to be quite the show out here for our finalists for JF Ski's U15 and U19 skiers. And just a huge shout out to Kirkwood. They have just built the most awesome finish corral for us. They put up a whole stadium. They put up a little terrain park. We have kids jibbing out here after they do their free ride run. It is just quite a fun time to see what they have in store for us, and just the way Kirkwood has been so supportive. All of their staff has been so friendly and so helpful, and just what an incredible host mountain they have been.
They really have been great. We also couldn't do it without our sponsors. We have BCA, Helly Hansen, GoPro, Giro, all the huge thanks to our sponsors.
And these are the brands that support freeride, so make sure that you keep them in mind as you are updating your gear in the spring or fall or whenever you're due for an update on some gear. And we are getting ready to drop our next athlete in. Here we go.
This is Banks Ward from Steamboat, Colorado.
And again, he gives credit to inspiring his freeriding from his coaches and friends and kind of everyone, he says. So he's just really drawing inspiration from every factor he can with a huge air.
Wow.
Holding some cat-like reflexes there from Banks.
Holding that together. It kind of looks like he landed just a bit on a corner of a rock.
But just back on his feet so fast. Again, wild athletic ability out of these skiers. And here comes Banks into the mandatory chute, so smooth to his feet. Banks's favorite part about skiing is spring skiing and going big off cliffs and jumps, which he is clearly showing us here in this run. Huge 360, but not quite landing it up the way he wanted to, and unfortunately losing a shoe on venue. But we have a head tap from Banks, and that is the way that athletes communicate to everyone that they are okay, as they give us a head tap. And we are going to hop to an ad right here, but we will be back shortly. You okay? Having fun?
All my volunteers, if you guys can gather right here.
There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
Freeride is freedom, a connection with the world, with nature. Exploration is a basic human instinct. It is in all of us. Getting out of our comfort zone, deciding where we want to be, and exploring new frontiers. Pushing ourselves to the limit, taking the risks we choose to take, fighting against our fears and the unknown. Learning is part of the process, being conscious and responsible for our actions. Freeride is a lifestyle, a deep connection that should never be let go. The IFSA is a wide-ranging freeride family along the Americas, reaching from Alaska to Patagonia.
All right, looks like Banks is just getting his other ski on. When an athlete loses a ski on venue, they receive a DNF, so they don't get a score. But, I mean, it sounds like Banks came to do what he wanted to. He threw down, skied fast, enjoyed the spring.
And yeah, he was just absolutely cooking through that run too. So yeah, unfortunately Banks gets a DNF, which is a did not finish his run. But, you know, the safety is the most important thing. That's why we always look for that head tap first, just really communicating that the athlete is okay and that they are safe. That is the most important thing here we prioritize, is the athlete's safety. And that is something that the technical director does in the event, is they will go through and deem which cliffs are safe to hit and which cliffs are just too big for this age category. So they will go and set closure marks on certain cliffs, just meaning that, you know, it's not in play today because of the conditions or just the size of it. So that is one strategy that we use in freeride to, again, promote the safety of these athletes. And after Banks clears the venue nice and safe and comes through the finish corral, we will jump back over to panel B. Again, we're running a dual panel system, and with panel B next, we will have our Grand Targhee athlete, Riley Watson, coming to you from Wyoming.
I'm sure you guys have heard of Riley. She is going to be a name to watch. She is so good, so young. She's going to be really fun to see progress the next few years.
It's so fun to watch what these athletes do as they get a little bit stronger, a little bit bigger, and just get more experience from their coaches and their competitions. And again, pulling inspiration from each other. They just really push each other to be better, and just so fun to watch as, you know, these athletes that you're technically competing against are some of your best friends by the end of the day. Alrighty, panel B is ready for Riley.
All right, Riley Watson is on course. Moving with some pace to get things started.
And here she comes, straight into the cirque, showing no signs of slowing down and absolutely lacing that top air, really grabbing those line score points and keeping them. Making some nice turns here through the cirque, lining up the wind lip and getting ready to drop into her next feature.
Airing over that was huge.
Such control in the air, too. You can tell she really uses her arms to balance her while she's in the air and just made that look so smooth. And control is a category that athletes are being scored on, so that is something the judges really want to see, is responsible riding within an athlete's ability. And Riley is delivering that with another huge air straight to her feet and cooking it out of that run out.
Riley is such a strong skier. I love watching her.
Her favorite run to ski is Bobcat, and she wants to...
Huge 360! Oh, I'm just not hanging on.
Massive. And unfortunately did lose a shoe on venue, but we are looking for the head tap, which we have. Again, all these riders are so quick at communicating that they are okay when they take a crash like that. So they're going to call a ski ninja on course to retrieve her ski, and Riley's just going to hang tight there for a minute. But she wants to shout out her sponsors, which are Atomic, Helly Hansen, TGR, and her mom and dad.
Looks like she's gonna maybe ninja herself. She's sidestepping up. Her ski's not too far. Maybe she'll grab it.
And we have a look at the crowd here. The vibes are so high. Everyone just is enjoying the atmosphere that Kirkwood has created and the weather that California has delivered. It is just such a fun time here to see all the athletes so stoked to be here. Waves from the crowd. The crowd is pumped to watch these skiers and just absolutely watch it go down at JFC's here. And it has just been so fun to get to watch these athletes all week, interact with the community, interact with the staff here, and just really hear what people have really enjoyed this season from the freeride community.
It's been, yeah, like you said, so much fun to watch. It's nice to get all of these athletes. They come from all over, from the East Coast, Western Canada, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and they all come to Kirkwood to come compete in the largest junior freeride event in the world.
And so fun watching the teams mix together too, like making a lot of friends throughout the week. You can see too the way that they just are connecting with each other and inspiring each other. And there really is, while it is a competition, there's just such beautiful camaraderie that happens here at this event. And it's so fun to watch and be a part of and just see that these athletes are really inspiring each other and really pushing each other to be better, which progresses the sport overall, which is what we want to see.
Looks like Riley was just getting her ski on.
And she's flipping back in right now and skiing down. Riley's making her way into the corral. We've got Canada on full send there on the camera. And just the crowd is looking so stoked. And here comes Riley making her way into the corral. Nice and safe. After such a send like that, we're thankful to see her just cruise in. And we are going to jump back up to Panel A.
Up at the top, we have Charlie Milverstead from Winter Park.
Charlie is 14 years old, and his favorite mountain is Winter Park. He's lining something up here for us. Nice big air over some massive exposure below him, so really not a lot of room for error there. And Charlie is just making it look so smooth.
Nice 360 off that wind lip there.
Showing off the style.
Over some exposure as well. You have to be pretty quick to put it on a right footer to line up another air.
With a grab, too, and then straight to his feet. His biggest hope for the future is to make the Freeride World Tour.
These athletes get a moment to breathe between technical sections, but they still need to ski strong, and he's finding an air right there in the middle.
Charlie says that one of his favorite interests is taking his pet caterpillar for walks.
A pet caterpillar? I've never heard of that.
Me either.
That's great. I wonder what his caterpillar's name is.
So we've got quite the silly goose on venue as Charlie is making his way down to this last section there, going absolutely massive, lacing it to his feet and boosting it into the finish corral here.
Coming into the finish corral, that was a beautiful run from Charlie.
That was so fast. Another blink and you will miss it run. These athletes are so fast that they move from top to
just got washed out at the bottom.
And just lost a shoe at the bottom there. And unfortunately, that will be a DNF for Charlie because athletes are judged until they come to a complete stop in the finish corral. But we are headed back up to Panel B. We have Isla Cruz coming to you from the Mammoth Mountain Ski and Snowboard team. Isla is being coached by Lydia Nelson right now, who was on the Freeride World Tour. And Isla is 13 years old, coming to you from Mammoth, so California local. And she's had some pretty awesome runs this year. I know she had a first place podium at one of her first 2 stars this season, and Isla is just crushing these turns right now. She gets most of her credit in freeride from her coaches. And her favorite run to ski is the Paranoids at Mammoth Mountain, showing off that she's got the air, she's got the technique as she makes her way through the cirque right now.
Lydia last week at the Challenger stop hit that air and just couldn't quite hold it together, but I'm sure she was a little inspired by her coach there for that one.
Clearly showing that she is inspired by the women in her life and her coaches and just really showing that off here.
Getting a little bit of air on that wind lip feature. Another little piece of the side of that cliff.
She is just bopping all over the place. Another little air there. Isla clearly loves to fly, and she is showing that here. She says her favorite part about skiing is having fun and progressing. And she is going to show it off in this last part of the circuit here. What does Isla have in store for us? Lining it up, grabbing off a chunk of that air, and showing a nice controlled turn out of that run out. Here comes Isla, another bop there. Isla is just jumping all over the place and showing off that the cirque really is her playground. What a beautiful run from this mammoth skier.
That was a great run from Isla.
And getting the hugs at the bottom. We love to see it. And we're going to jump back up to panel A.
This is Theo Agres from Lake Louise. Coming in with some pace to start it off. Let's see where he goes.
He says his favorite thing about skiing is going fast and having fun. And I bet Theo's doing that just now.
Huge air, straight to bolts. That was beautiful.
And look at those turns coming out of it, too. Just really good control and getting his speed back underneath him and just lining up the next one. Showing that he is not afraid of being in the air. Grabbing those line score points and taking them for the keeping.
Linking up a couple other little nuggets there. He's looking like he's having fun.
His result he's the most proud of is a first at Castle Mountain. So Theo is no stranger to the podium, and he is just showing off a beautiful transfer there. Getting ready to line some more nuggets up here and just throw down some beautiful, powerful turns.
All right, coming into Turkey Shoot. Airing huge off the Ross Tester air.
Off the Ross Tester air. And cooking it into the finish corral. What a fast run from this Lake Louise rider. Representing Canada and just looking so stoked on that run. The team is pumped for him too, getting all the love at the bottom.
That was a great run.
That was a great run. So fast and fluid. Really fun to watch. And jumping back over to panel B, we have Elizabeth Drummond from Team Summit, Colorado.
Elizabeth's getting fired up, dropping in on venue.
Elizabeth is 13 years old and dropping into the cirque.
Taking a little piece off that air.
She says her favorite run to ski is all of them. I just like to ski. So quite the enthusiast here from Elizabeth, and she is just showing off these turns and getting ready to line something up for us here in the cirque. She is looking where she's going to go here, staying nice and hungry as she lines up this drop.
You have to line this up perfectly because there is that rock on the side, and she did it. Oh.
And just unfortunately getting caught up there in the run out. It is just so choppy and so chunky there. It is certainly not smooth. Again, this is not controlled terrain, but it looks like we had a head tap there from Elizabeth so that we know that she is safe and okay.
On her feet, going to grab her skis. That's a bit of a heartbreaker there.
And while we wait for Elizabeth to safely put her skis back on, we are going to line up some ads here, and we'll be right back.
All my volunteers, if you guys would gather right here.
Oh, I can get you up. There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
Free ride is freedom, a connection with the world, with nature. Exploration is a basic human instinct. It is in all of us. Getting out of our comfort zone, deciding where we want to be, and exploring new frontiers. Pushing ourselves to the limit, taking the risks we choose to take, fighting against our fears and the unknown. Learning is part of the process, being conscious and responsible for our actions. Freeride is a lifestyle, a deep connection that should never be let go. The IFSA is a wide-ranging freeride family along the Americas, reaching from Alaska to Patagonia.
All right, on course from OV Free, we have Ronin White dropping in, showing no signs of slowing down as he is absolutely cooking it out of the gate. And lining it up for us here. Nice techie section.
Making it a double. That was cool.
That was sweet. And look at those turns, just absolutely carving through that chop, showing off that technique, nice and forward in his boots. Lacing down some pole plants as he drops into this mandatory section here. Smooth dialed line here. So fun to watch. Laces it to his feet. Ronin is 14 years old, and his favorite part about skiing is powder.
Who doesn't love powder?
Who doesn't love powder?
Ronin's really shown us. He's a great skier.
And on some terrain that is certainly not powder right now, here he is just lining up the bag of tricks. Huge 360. And then biting off another chunk of line there with both of those hits.
Making the most of this venue.
He gives credit to his freeride skiing inspiration from his dad.
Family of freeriders.
Tahoe locals. Here comes Ronin off this last part of the circ.
Beautiful.
And absolutely lacing that. Another blink and you will miss it run. That was so fast. And so technical, too. Really fun to watch that level of riding out of this 14-year-old.
Ronin he made the most of it. Hitting every little feature, coming into the finish corral. Greeted by some friends down there. Awesome.
Getting all the love from the team. And we are back up to panel A.
This is Olive Wolf from Big Sky.
Dropping into the circ. Olive is 15 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is to have fun.
What a great perspective on life. That's great.
I know.
Moving just came down through Chicken Chute and then coming into this next section.
Her favorite part about skiing is the creativity and freedom that it gives you. So we just really see that here in Olive's run, is that she is just here to have a good time. She's doing it for the judges, she's doing it for the team, but she's clearly skiing this venue for herself.
Nice lineup there for that feature. Coming out of it strong.
And she also gets her inspiration from free riding from her dad. So just really awesome to see all these families just bringing up the next generation of free riders.
Finding this open section, making some beautiful turns through it, showing the judges her technique, her fluidity. She's moving through it with really consistent pace, finding a little bit of air there.
And fluidity is a category that these athletes are being scored on. So just keeping that pace nice and consistent, staying really smooth with her turns, and not stopping is something the judges really want to see out of these free riders.
Something we hear when judges are talking about fluidity is moving down the mountain like a drop of water.
Exactly, just really letting it flow, as in the word fluidity. Makes sense. And here's Olive getting ready to line something up here. Looks like she's ready to go massive and just doesn't quite hold on to that landing there.
Oh, I hope she's all right.
And we have movement from her. And we have a head tap. So it looks like she may have gotten a little shook up there. But the head tap means that the athletes are okay. She's getting her feet below her. Just taking a second to, again, reassess and make sure that she's okay to ski to the bottom there.
That was a huge error.
That was a huge error.
And once she had her angle, she really committed to it.
Full commitment to that. Again, with something that size too, you have to commit to it. There's really no backing out once you're at that spot of the takeoff.
Just stepping up to grab her ski poles.
And her favorite run to ski, she says all runs are my favorite. So again, I think that really just shows us the type of skier that Olive is she's just here to push herself and have a good time. And we are so thankful for, again, Helly Hansen, BCA, the IFSA team, the Tahoe Freeride team, GoPro, and all these brands that make freeride happen. We could not do it without them.
Looks like Olive is just making her way down.
We've got a crowd at the bottom lining up to come and greet her. I'm sure they are just mind blown by the air that she went off of. That is so wild. From our Big Sky skier here, all the way from Montana, and back up to the top, headed over to Panel A.
This is Ash Pastillo Hassan.
Coming to you from Vail, Colorado. Ash is 14 years old. His favorite part about skiing is making new friends. So we love to hear that. Again, just really shows the community of freeride. You know, I'm sure he's up there at the top with his team and his coach, but also all the new friends he made this week.
And what a great place to make new friends. We have people from all over Region 2.
And that is our Tahoe freeride team right there, Madison and Paige. These are two of the women that made this event happen. We could not have done it without the two of them. They are just the friendliest faces and so organized and so kind. Shout out to Tahoe freeride. And here comes Ash.
From Vail, Colorado, coming into the bucket air.
Getting ready to set the tone for his line and go nice and huge. And again, getting a little washed out there.
Let's hope he can self-arrest before this next feature and right on time.
And self-arrest is a technique that skiers can use to get their skis below them to stop themselves from sliding. And it is something that we really emphasize with our coaches to practice with their team to make sure that should they find themselves in a situation like this, they know what to do. And clearly Ash and his team here from Vail have practiced self-arrest. And we are so thankful to see that our coaches are using these techniques and the athletes are practicing them and remembering them in situations like this.
It's really important, especially when there's exposure below you, that you stop before you fall off a cliff.
And it's not an easy thing to practice, too. It can be really uncomfortable and really scary to, get sliding down something steep and to really have the ability to not panic and stay calm and remember what you have to do in that situation is not easy. So it, again, just shows the athletic ability of these people and how hard these juniors have worked to get here to this level of skiing. The crowd is growing, honestly. I think it's just getting bigger. More people are coming to check out and see what JFCs is all about.
We have Kirkwood made the stadium seating, and it's full.
It is full. The stadium is full. The game is on. And Ash is going up to grab his ski right now, and he will receive a DNF for losing a shoe and ski safely down. Athletes are not encouraged to hit any other features after they DNF because we, want to make sure they stay safe and just also make sure that they're going to preserve the snow for the rest of the athletes that still have a chance to land their run. So really cool to, again, just see the way that the system has been put into place and it's communicated to the athletes. They know what to do in this situation. And honestly, that's kind of just freeride is you win some and you lose some. It's an uncontrolled sport, and we're just really thankful to see all the work that goes into making it safe and fun and keep the progression moving. It's been quite a fun time out here in Kirkwood. We have the live stream team just absolutely making this happen. And if you love watching the live stream, the IFSA is a nonprofit. You can toss us a donation so you can see your favorite athletes compete from home, the chairlift, wherever you may be watching. And we're going to head to some ads while we wait for Ash to grab his ski and safely make it to the bottom of the venue.
All my volunteers, if you guys would gather right here.
Oh, I can get you up. There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
Freeride is freedom, a connection with the world, with nature. Exploration is a basic human instinct. It is in all of us. Getting out of our comfort zone, deciding where we want to be, and exploring new frontiers. Pushing ourselves to the limit, taking the risks we choose to take, fighting against our fears and the unknown. Learning is part of the process. Being conscious and responsible for our actions. Freeride is a lifestyle, a deep connection that should never be let go. The IFSA is a wide-ranging freeride family along the Americas, reaching from Alaska to Patagonia.
All right, and we are back up top at the start gate.
We have Charlie Rinsema from Whistler getting ready to drop in.
From BC, Charlie is 13 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is throwing a 360 in comp. Her favorite run to ski is the West Cirque, and outside of riding snowy mountains, she loves riding in the bike park. And I know Whistler's got quite the bike park up there, so fun to see these athletes have multiple talents. And here we go. Here is Charlie dropping in.
Dropping into Hells. Let's see what she's got for us.
Making some nice turns as she lines up her first feature here. Getting excited to see where Charlie's going to go. Lining up a nice air out of the start there. Coming into Hells. Let's see what Charlie has for us in this section.
This section is pretty steep but pretty bumpy, so you got to be really on those pole plans. Make sure you're on your edges to get where you're wanting to go.
Stay nice and dialed through that section, too. There's not a lot of room for error here, especially with all that exposure underneath her. Charlie's really got to stay calculated through this section as she lines up her air there and just making it look so smooth on that bumpy run out.
Coming in fast. Bit of an air there. Coming in, making some beautiful turns. Let's see if she's got something on this wind lip. And yeah, up and over.
Oh, yeah, she does. She's keeping it nice and playful, showing off that the Cirque is her playground, and she is just jumping off everything she can find, throwing in the grads, boosting those style points, and just showing that she's also got the tricks. Charlie says that her favorite thing about skiing is skiing with her friends when it's crazy POW. So Charlie certainly has friends on a POW day.
Coming into turkey shoot.
Here she comes, lining up an air there, taking us off a nice chunk of that final feature and cooking it into the corral. That was a really fast run out of this 13-year-old skier.
That was great.
Coming to you from the Whistler Freeride Club.
And the crowd is going wild. They loved that.
They love that.
We're going back up to the top. We have Baker Cashel from Sugar Bowl.
Baker is another 13-year-old skier, so he has one more year in this age division, which is just so wild to me that he's, 13 years old, made it to finals at JFC's, and going to go absolutely massive off the top air, but not quite holding on. Looks like he lost both of his shoes there, but we're going to wait for a head tap and make sure that Baker is okay. And we got the head. Not only did we get the head tap, but we got the arms in the air. Baker was stoked on that.
That was a huge air.
That was a massive air.
Full send.
And it looks like he just didn't quite have that landing right, but Baker's going to go up and grab his skis. But his favorite part about skiing is hitting airs, as we can clearly see. And his favorite run to ski is the King at Crystal. And the most lit trick he's ever landed landed on skis is a backflip.
Very nice. A classic.
A classic, a crowd pleaser. Mm-hmm. People love the backies. Backies for the people.
I had the chance to ski at Sugar Bowl this week. It was so much fun.
What were you doing up at Sugar Bowl, Winter? Anything exciting you may have been up to?
But we had the Silver Belt event going on there, and we saw a lot of Sugar Bowl athletes watching. We had some participating. It was really cool.
And a lot of our junior athletes were in the Silver Belt event, too. A lot of our IFSA junior athletes. And we saw some massive double backflips from a lot of our ski women. So really cool to just watch this gap between men and women skiing start to close as the girls are lacing the doubles and just really showing that they are not afraid to show off the tricks, too.
They're excited. They're eager. They want to see the progression, and they're making it happen. It's super fun to watch. I'm really excited to see. We had a few athletes in the U19 ski women's division, and we'll see Hannah Epstein. She was our top qualifier yesterday. I'm excited to see what she's got today.
I'm excited to see what she has, too. I'm a big fan of her skiing, and it's just, again, so fun to see where the sport is progressing. There's really this freestyle element that is starting to become so much more popular in freeride, and they're starting to really bring in the tricks here. A lot of these teams are training on the trampolines at least once a week and just starting to really put these tricks to snow and just really see where it's going to go. And look at this view of our finished corral here. Kirkwood, again, really knows how to set up a stadium. We got someone in the terrain park jibbing it up here, and just what a fun little component to our finished corral here is throwing in some rails. I don't think I've ever seen a finished corral with a park in it.
I haven't. I think it's great. That's
I think
so
this
much
might be a first here out at Kirkwood. So shout out to the Kirkwood cat drivers that have just absolutely set up the vibe for us here.
The cat drivers, to the park crew, they were here raking the features this morning to make sure we had a fun little setup for everyone to play on.
We got to look at our start list here with the riders that are coming up next. And we have a stacked field today. We have U15 and U19 ski men and women. And these, again, are our finalists. So the skiers that are competing today have qualified earlier in the week to make it to finals. We take about the top half of scores from our qualifying runs that compete in finals today. And here is Baker making his way down nice and safe. Again, athletes are discouraged from hitting any more airs after they have already fallen. So we're encouraging Baker to take a nice, safe run down here, keep the skis on the snow for the rest of his run. And it looks like he is doing just that, making some nice, safe turns down. And again, Baker's 13, so he has a whole nother year of skiing in the U15 age category. Going to stay nice and safe, and we are just really thankful to see that he is okay after a crash like that. And again, that's freeride. You win some and you lose some. It is not a controlled sport. It is quite gnarly to just be up there and hit a lot of these features that these athletes have never hit before.
Huge shout out to the coaches that are out there supporting these athletes today, helping them pick their lines. They're getting coach support in the start gate. They have coach support down at the bottom.
And our judges that sit there all day and just really make sure that, you know, they're ready to watch some athletes ski. So we're going to get ready for panel B.
All right, we have Sophie Erfle from ULLR in BC on course.
And here we come, dropping into the cirque.
Sophie coming into chicken shoot.
Sophie is 15 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is Junior Worlds. And her favorite part about skiing is the community. Again, just some of these athletes are so stoked to be here and just be with the vibe of the freeride family. Lining up a nice air there. Sophie is grabbing those line score points and keeping them. Showing off some really nice turns here from Sophie. And it looks like she's going to line something up here for us. Let's see what Sophie has. Catching an edge off that corner there and dropping into this mandatory section. No way out but air here for Sophie. Nice and fun turn out of that run out too. To not only be able to cook it out of there, but really lean into that edge and carve out of it is so awesome to watch. Really fun technical skiing from Sophie.
Coming into the bottom section of the venue. Let's see where she's headed.
Getting nice and playful with these windlaps. And outside of riding snowy mountains, Sophie's favorite activity is mountain biking. So she's got the cross training in the summer. She is just keeping those ski legs nice and strong year round.
I love that combo, mountain biking, skiing. You have a full season of sport. It's awesome.
Full season of just cruising down mountains. What a life. And here she comes into this last section of the venue here. I think she's got something else exciting for us. Nice and direct off that last feature too. That's something the judges really want to see, is they know it's a lot easier to hit a lot of these features coming cross court. So to line something up nice and direct like that and commit to that fall line really helps boost that line score. And Sophie was just so fluid with that entrance and exit.
That was a great run from Sophie. But we're back at the top. This is Vander Zuck from Steamboat.
Vander is 15 years old, and his favorite mountain is Grand Targhee, so he's been all over the place, catching airs and just showing no sign of slowing down as he cooks it here, laying down some nice turns.
That was some great pace through the bucket chute there.
His favorite part about skiing, and he says, I like hitting drops into deep pow-pow.
Don't we all?
Who wouldn't?
Who doesn't?
Vander's right on par with the sport as he lines up the Mando here and takes it straight to his feet. Again, another clean carve out of that run.
Coming through these trees.
Staying nice and strong. His biggest hope for the future is to come back to JFC. So he's clearly stoked to be here and wants to make this appearance again.
Nice 360.
So clean. I love that lead arm being open in a 3. It just shows so much control and makes it look so floaty and so beautiful. And Vander has clearly been working on that trick, and it shows. Lining up this last section of the venue here, where is Vander going to go?
Coming around a little different than what we've seen before.
I love seeing those creative approaches. Off the money booter, another 362 bolts. Just absolute stomp city for Vander. Showing off some shifties out of excitement, and he is cooking into the corral right now. What an awesome run from this 15-year-old.
2 360s in that run. That was beautiful.
2 360s. My goodness. What a run. Getting all the love at the bottom. He must be so proud of that run.
Our next athlete up at the top is Nora Glavis from Whistler. So another Canadian athlete coming down to Kirkwood to show us what she's got.
Nora is 14 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is to qualify for JFCs again next year. And her favorite part about skiing is, I'm sure you can guess it, getting to ski with all of her friends.
Just shows how important the community is here.
And how many athletes say on these athlete bios that their favorite part of skiing is just getting to be with the community and with their friends. It's just so fun to see that is truly what makes this sport so special, and truly something that's highlighted for these skiers is their ability to just rip it out with their friends, let loose, hang tight, and just be with all the people that make free ride so fun.
It seems like all these skiers do have friends on a powder day.
They do have friends on a powder day, and honestly, powder days are way more fun with friends.
I agree.
I don't know about you, Winter, but I love skiing powder days with my friends.
Me too.
All right, and we are getting ready to drop our next athlete, and that's something that makes coaching so incredible, is that certain athletes like different things in the start gate. Some like to be really hyped up and fired up, and some like to be nice and calm. So these coaches do such a good job at tuning into the needs of each individual athlete.
Nora is getting ready to drop in.
Pull tap, and she is off.
Let's see where she's going to drop in.
And this year at the Whistler 3-Star, she placed 5th. So she is showing that she is not afraid to send it big and just put down a hefty line.
Coming off that top bush here, moving into this next open section.
Nora said she's been practicing her 360s, so really trying to not only show off the technique, but also get that bag of tricks stacked up for when she feels ready to throw them in comp. And she's going to navigate through this techie section, grab some air there, and put a nice, beautiful turn out of that landing.
That was really well executed. I know that section is pretty sharky. There's a lot of little rock that's starting to show through with this warming that's been happening, so that was really well executed.
A lot of things that can grab you out there, but she's just flying by them all and putting down some really beautiful turns. I love the technique that she has going on here in this run. Grabbing those extra airs, grabbing her skis. She is just putting down such a fire run out of this 14-year-old from Whistler right now.
I love the way that she's chosen to ski down. She's really skiing the mountain.
Really painting her picture. It is her canvas, and just her turns are so beautiful. She's so forward in her boots, really using her upper and lower body and grabbing another chunk there, and just skiing so beautifully to the bottom. Grabbing those little airs. Nora seems so stoked on that run she just put down. Really smooth skiing out of this rider right now.
That was a great run from Nora from Whistler. Getting shown the love in the finish corral.
Mandatory hugs in the finish corral. So beautiful to see.
We're back at the start. We have Charlie Beck, also from Whistler.
Also from Whistler. So we got the whole Whistler team at the top there. And I'm sure they're stoked to watch him come down.
They have a lot of athletes here for this event. They have a pretty strong freeride team. All right, Charlie.
His favorite run to ski is the Blackcomb Park, so maybe he's got some tricks in store for us here. But he is coming in with some speed to this run here. Lining up that massive air and so smooth to his feet.
We've seen some crashes off that top hit, and he just had no issue on it.
But was so confident and so controlled. Absolutely not a single bobble from him as he lines up another one here and just threading the needle around that rock so smooth. Again, 14 years old. Can you believe that? Navigating through the trees here, Charlie looks like he knows where he's going.
A nice 360 right to his feet. That was beautiful.
Clearly the time in the Blackcomb Park has been working out for Charlie. He's been practicing those tricks and is showing them off here.
Nice wall ride there off the side of handrail. And he's not done yet. Let's see what he's got off this last money booter.
Coming up to the money booter, another steezy 360, just so floaty and so beautiful. And that looks like a wrap from Charlie Beck. What an awesome run. 2 360s, huge airs.
That run had everything.
Lots of lefts, lots of rights. What awesome skiing out of Charlie.
Great work. Next athlete on course is Emerson Erfle from BC. Coming down through the chicken chute. Let's see what she's got.
She draws her inspiration from her coaches and her whole team. So coming out of the ULLR Big Mountain team, her favorite mountain to ski is Lake Louise. And her favorite part about skiing is, you guessed it, the awesome people. Just showing that she pulls inspiration from everywhere and is just ready to put down her own line here on the circ.
She's lining something up. Nice gap.
Nice gap into this mandatory zone. That is pretty much, you have to land that in order to lace this up here and stay safe above that exposure. And Emerson is just so getting a little caught up there, but nothing for Emerson as she is just cooking back on her feet. She got second at the Panorama 2-star, fourth at the Kicking Horse 3-star, and fifth at the Lake Louise 3-star. So she has had some podiums under her belt this year that clearly earned her spot in JFCs this year and made it all the way to finals. And she is just cooking down this mountain, showing that she deserves to be here in finals at JFCs.
Looks like she's going to line this cliff up.
Lining something else up for us. Emerson just grabbing these nuggets and taking them to the air. Our Canadian rider. Her favorite interest outside of riding snowing mountains is she's another mountain biker. So again, getting that cross training back in the summer, keeping her legs nice and strong. And it is not a short run here at the Cirque. This is a long run for these athletes. So the fact that they're able to stay so strong all the way down as she lines up another cliff here is just so impressive. Taking it to her feet and cruising into the corral.
Coming into the finish corral, that was a beautiful run from Emerson.
Nice, fun riding out of Emerson here. Cruising to the bottom. And getting the hugs at the bottom. Our next rider from Panel A is also out of Whistler. So we have the BC team at the top showing up and representing Canada.
This is Leo Pullen, bib number 195, getting ready to drop in.
His favorite run to ski is also the Blackcomb Park. So I bet the Whistler team is out there just really trying to stack those tricks up and keep them in the bag and maybe pull something out here for us on the Cirque.
We've seen a lot of 360s so far, so maybe we'll see some more.
I bet we will. I bet we have a stacked number of threes coming for us here. And the most lit trick he's ever landed is a cork 3. So it sounds like he's been working really hard on the freestyle and is just excited to show it off.
And we are hearing that Panel A is ready. Let's see Leo drop in.
Getting ready to drop in.
On course.
Coming into the ridge, going for the big air.
Very nice. Clean, fast, strong landing.
So controlled, too, and just absolutely massive. That is not a small gap. And he is laying down some turns for another section here. Keeping it moving. Huge 360 there. That time in the Blackcomb Park has paid off, and you can see it here in that air with that 3 that Leo just put down.
Huge air coming off that wind lip.
So fast, too. What smooth, fluid riding out of Leo that we're seeing right now.
He's making it look easy.
Making it look easy, and my goodness, it is not. He's just lining it up here. He's got something else for us here. Let's see what it is. Cruising off the wall. Looks like he might be headed towards the money booter. Yeah, he is. Another 360 from Leo. All that time in the park has paid off, and what a smooth, controlled run out of this Whistler rider.
That was fast.
Fast and smooth. Leo also likes to bike in the summer, so again, that cross-training coming in handy, keeping those legs strong, and what an epic ride for the Whistler team out of Leo.
We have another Whistler athlete coming up on panel B, Arley Kemp.
The Whistler team is just stacking up these athletes right now. Arley is 15 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is to do a 360 in comp. So I bet she's been spending time in that park too. And let's see what Arley has for us. Nice air off the top there, setting the tone for her line.
She's got some strong turns, showing that technique. The judges really like to see it.
Her favorite part about skiing is skiing with her friends. So again, I bet she's just pulling all sorts of inspiration from that Whistler team that has absolutely stacked athletes out here in JFCs. And Arley is taking it nice and smooth through there and staying nice and on her feet as she cooks it into this section of the venue, grabbing some airs there. I bet she's got another one over here somewhere for us. Yeah, she does. So playful in this section of the venue.
Very nice. Just linking all of them up.
With the grab, too. She's been working on the tricks. And it says in practice, she's been working on her 540. So she's clearly been in the park, too, working on the spins, working on the grabs, and just ready to show it off here today.
Coming into the turkey zone. Let's see what she's got.
Lining up this air here. Taking
Beautiful.
off a chunk and absolutely lacing that landing as she cruises into the bottom here.
That was beautiful.
Really smooth, pretty skiing from this skier here from Whistler. Arley Kemp, 15 years old, out of the Whistler Freeride Club.
Next up in the gate, we have Levi Flatch. He's a Vail skier.
Levi is 15 years old, and his biggest hope is to compete on the Freeride World Tour, and his favorite part about skiing is progressing with his friends. All right, and we are back. Owen White is on course and absolutely cooking, so do not leave the screen because, my goodness, he is flying down his run. Owen White is 13 years old and out of the Whistler Freeride Club and just going so fast and so absolutely massive right now. Coming to the money booter with a big 360. So floaty, so clean. Owen is cooking it into the corral right now. What awesome riding out of that 13-year-old from BC. He wants to shout out forefront skis and peak performance. And his favorite thing from skiing is skiing powder. And he's got the whole Whistler team down there showing him the love. And just an epic run out of Owen. And we're taking a look here at our finish corral. We are running this live stream out of a snowcat right here. So the media team is just absolutely working their hardest to keep the live stream going, and just look at this vibe here in the corral. Absolute beach vibes in sunny California here at Kirkwood Mountain. And the crowd is huge. It's so fun to see how many people come out and support Freeride at the largest junior freeride event in the world, the IFSA Junior Freeride Champ, Kirkwood, California, hosted by Tahoe Freeride. Taking a look at Kirkwood here. What a beautiful mountain we have to host this event. Those are our judges' tents down there, so they have quite the view of everyone.
It sounds like we may have a poacher on course.
All right, but it sounds like the starters are getting ready to drop their next athlete.
This is Emma Litwiller from Team Summit in Colorado coming into Chicken Shoot.
Emma is 13 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is to be on the Freeride World Tour. Her favorite part about skiing is the freedom. And she is just going to let it rip on this run here. I can feel it. Emma's got something in store for us. Nice air there, straight to her feet.
Linking it up to the second air there. Nice.
So smooth and controlled. What beautiful skiing out of Emma. She is just making it look so smooth and so easy, and we know the conditions are just the opposite of that.
Gonna come into the gap.
Lining up a wild air there and just so controlled as she comes out of that exit. Again, you have to be so calculated with that air to avoid that rock and keep a smooth exit.
Coming in through the trees, navigating this middle section.
Such fast technical riding out of Emma. She's clearly been working on that technique, clearly showing off the airs, just bouncing off everything she can find. The Cirque is her playground. She's got the tricks. Beautiful 360.
This has been such a strong run so far. Let's see what she has at the bottom. I'm sure she's going to line up this air.
Oh, she's lining up something big for us. Let's see what Emma has. Huge air from Emma and straight to her feet. My goodness. And linking it to the money booter, just showing off that she is having fun. And, you know, she said freedom is her favorite part about skiing, and what a free run from Emma. Keeping the free and free ride. And that was an epic run out of this 13-year-old from A-Basin, Team Summit, Colorado.
Great run from Emma. The people are fired up.
The hugs are there. That was wild riding. That was just so calculated and so clean top to bottom, like so controlled on her feet the entire time. I'm so impressed by the skiing from Emma. All of the hugs at the bottom. The team is stoked to see what she just put down, and I bet Emma is so proud of herself, as she should be, because that was nuts. That bottom air, massive. We've seen that air take some people down, and it just did not faze Emma whatsoever.
Not even a bit. That was great.
And back up top from Panel A, we have Kip Wahburn, a Kirkwood local. So this mountain is his backyard. He is ready to show off that he is gonna put down a line here at JFC.
Sounds like Kip is headed towards the bucket air, some playful jumps at the top. I think these first few turns really set the tone for your run, so let's see what he's got.
Going nice and big off this air here, straight to his feet. So clean and so controlled. That is a massive air to start your run with, and he is just lacing it up and gonna link it to something else here for us. Lining it up and lacing it through that landing, coming close to those rocks, but he is so calculated, he knows where he's going. Nice technical turns through this tree, is really navigating the maze that the cirque is. All these trees look the same, and these athletes do such a good job of remembering where they are, finding their landmarks, throwing in some threes there, and just grabbing some more points for that line score with every feature he hits. His favorite part about skiing is jumping off cliffs, and his biggest hope for the future is to be super jacked and a good skier. And he certainly has the good skiing part down. And let's see what what Kip has in store for us here.
Coming to the tower. And such a huge air, right to his feet.
Massive air. He had two huge airs on that run, and both were so calculated, but he's not done yet. 360 off the money booter.
What a great run from Kip, showing that he's such a strong skier, calculated, knows how to have fun, some playful jibs, some 360s. That was great.
Kirkwood local, and he gets most of his inspiration for freeriding from his coaches, and they have such a stacked deck of coaches here at Kirkwood, really talented coaches and athletes, and you can just see all the love from the Tahoe locals, showing that Kip put down a run here at JFC's. That was so impressive. That air at the top and the air at the bottom were massive, especially in conditions where the snow is not favorable. It's been changing throughout the day, and he was just so dialed. That was so fun to watch.
Our next athlete is Belle Schwab from Alpental.
Brielle is 12 years old. She's from the Alpental ski team, and she lists her sponsors as the bank of mom and dad. So huge shout out to the family that, are helping her get here, helping her follow her dream. And we are excited to see what Brielle has. She gets most of her inspiration from freeriding from her dad. So clearly, freeride is in the family. She's so thankful to be here. Her favorite run is any run she can ski down. So I bet it's going to be this one right here, right now.
All right, bib 231, entering, sounds like the bucket chute. Let's see what Brielle has for us. Coming in fast.
Boosting it in right now. Strong skiing from Brielle.
Airing out. Very nice.
Absolute speed out of this rider right now. And Brielle is really cooking, so I bet the judges are going to be quite impressed with her fluidity, which again is a category that these skiers are being scored on. How fluid is their riding? If they were a drop of water, how would they go down the mountain? And Brielle is just keeping so strong, so calculated, and just grabbing these features over exposure and laying down some nice turns here.
She's skiing so fast.
It's so fast. It is not easy to ski fast over that chop. It is inconsistent, it is variable, and Brielle is just zooming over all of it. Grabbing some more line points there over that exposure and just staying on her feet. So smooth, so fast. She's not done yet. Throwing in some little shifties and zooming to this last part of the venue.
Coming into this turkey zone, let's see where she's going to head.
Just no hesitation out of her. She's so calculated with where she's going. She clearly has a good map in her mind of her line. And what beautiful skiing out of Brielle. That was so impressive.
Making it look easy.
Again, she has her age here listed on her athlete bio as 12. I am mind blown.
It's her first year in U15s, and she's showing that she is meant to be
She's
here.
working on it, and it says here the trick she's been working on is her dub 7 with the blunt grab. So not only is she fast and is she stomping, but I think we're going to see some major tricks coming out of this young skier in the future. What awesome skiing. That was, again, a blink and you will miss it type of run from Brielle here. Just excellent skiing out of our Alpental skier here. The vibes are high at the bottom corral. Everyone is so stoked to be here at JFC's. And honestly, if anything, I think the crowd is just getting bigger. More people are showing up. They are stoked to watch Free Ride.
Our next athlete is Tucker Pritchett from Crested Butte, Colorado. He's getting ready up at the top. Our Panel A judges are making sure that they're dialed before they drop him in.
Outside of riding snowy mountains, Tucker's favorite things to do are eating food, cooking, and other sports.
Very nice.
Not a bad life, it sounds like, you know? Snowy mountains, cooking, other sports. His favorite run to ski is the head wall, and he is inspired the most by Shane McConkey. And this is the judges' tent. So the judges are out there all day watching these skiers and riders. Again, we have two panels, a panel A and a panel B. And honestly, Winter, we both got to hop in the judges' pit this year. What was that experience like for you?
It's not an easy job. It's so much fun. It's really engaging. You have to focus the whole time. And
constant.
Yeah, we have the best of the best judges here for JFC's for this championship level event. And it looks like Tucker is on course.
Tucker is flying here. Taking a nice creative approach to that top ridge there.
So smooth.
So smooth, and just making some nice turns out of that run out. Throwing in a shifty there, showing that he's going to keep this line exciting. Coming into that narrow exit there. My goodness, such speed, such control out of Tucker. Showing off some nice control and technique through this section here. Beautiful skiing out of this skier from Crested Butte. His favorite part about skiing is catching air, and he is showing that off in his run, showing the 360s, grabbing some more air there. Another grab. He is just keeping this run stacked. You cannot look away from Tucker skiing. It is action-packed with tricks and airs and turns. This is impressive skiing.
Sending to that Ross Tester air, that was beautiful.
Really fun, just bopping out of excitement here at the bottom and just hooks it into the corral. That was a fast run out of this Crested Butte skier. With the splaffy at the bottom.
Next athlete on course is Michaela Goldrich from Whistler, bib 249. Coming down chicken shoot. Making beautiful turns, making it look fast.
Michaela is 14 years old, and her greatest interest outside of skiing snowy mountains is art. So multi-talented here. She's an athlete, she's an artist, and Michaela is cooking it down the cirque right now. Coming into this mandatory section.
No hesitation.
Needs to air out here, and she is just going to take it like a champ, straight to her feet.
Beautiful.
So controlled, and she is just going to rip some carves down this face here. She has clearly been working on her technique and her skiing this year, and it is showing on her finals run here at JFC's, showing that she is qualified to be here. She is a finalist in our competition right now, and she is showing off why. Just so playful, so many airs, hitting the spread eagle, showing the people what they want to see. The crowd loves a spread eagle.
Such a classic trick.
How could you not love a spread eagle? And she's going to come into this last section of the cirque here. This Canadian skier has something else in store for us. I can feel it. Biting off a chunk there and just keeping it so smooth and cooking it into the corral. Beautiful skiing out of our 14-year-old from the Whistler Freeride Club, Michaela Goldrich.
That was a great run from Michaela, getting some love from the Finnish corral and her friends. We're about a third of the way through our field today.
That dual panel just really fires these athletes off, keeps it so consistent and so effective, and just getting as many athletes as we can into this competition today. I'm sure the job is not easy for our judges right now.
Sounds like panel A is ready. We're going to move on to Sutton Kleta from Palisades, Tahoe. Another Tahoe local going to throw down here at Kirkwood.
Keeping it moving. Sutton is 14 years old and local to Tahoe, and he is just throwing down massive airs right out of the start gate. And his favorite thing outside of skiing is surfing. So true Californian, got the snow, got the ocean, and lining up another big air there. So dialed and so intentional. Just beautiful skiing out of Sutton right now.
Nice, finding a bit of a cross-court air there. Just linking them all up.
I was going to say, it looks like he's lining up some type of spin there. He was winding it up and just executing it beautifully. So floaty, so controlled, just really showing off those tricks. It's not easy to not only bring a spin around, but make it look so floaty and controlled there. Coming up to the tower, going absolutely massive on that feature and just straight to bolts. My goodness, what a stomp.
That is such a big cliff. And
not
these
small.
young kids, they are making light work of it.
14 years old. I feel like that cliff is 3 times the size of he is.
At
and just
least.
without even the blink of an eye, start to finish, so impressive. And panel A is ready to drop in the next athlete.
This is panel B. Rafi Kane
Panel
from
B.
Palisades. Coming into the bucket chute, making beautiful turns, linking them up.
Rafi is 14 years old, and her favorite mountain to ski is Palisades or Mammoth. So true Californian, showing off that she is a Tahoe local, and getting ready to put down another mandatory air here. Beautiful execution out of that there, and just making some nice turns to her next section of the venue. And she gives the most credit of inspiration to her freeriding from the older girls on the Palisades Tahoe team. So I'm sure she's looking up to Hannah and all these other girls that are on the team and just inspiring the next generation of freeriders. And her favorite part about skiing is having fun. And Rafi is showing that here. You can see the smile from her face. Like, she is just having a great time on venue right now.
Coming into this turkey air. Very nice.
Getting hungry and just lacing it. She is stoked on that run. That was beautiful skiing. No stranger to the podium. She got 3rd place at the Palisades 3-star, so she is just showing that she is qualified to be here in finals at JFC's. And I'm sure we got the Tahoe team at the bottom for her. All of the love for Rafi. That was beautiful skiing.
Rafi qualified 4th on Thursday.
And you can see why.
Yeah.
We run in reverse order on finals day, so the athletes that qualified first will run at the bottom. So it kind of is saving the best for last from what we saw from qualifiers with our U19s yesterday and our U15s on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
And back up top, we have a Vermont local from Mad River Glen, Evers Gladchern. Outside of skiing, Evers said he likes to fish, bike, and stuff. So he's stacked. He's got all the activities. He came in third place at the Breckenridge 3-star this year, so no stranger to the podium. Evers is showing why he is here in finals today. U15 ski men. Coming to you from Vermont. I actually used to coach for the Mad River team, and those kids are built different. It is icy. The conditions are not always forgiving there, and they have quite some terrain to bounce off of. And they certainly don't get the champagne powder that we do in Utah or even the air cement here. So really cool to see what these Vermonters are bringing all the way out here to California.
We are back at the top, getting ready to drop our Panel A athlete, Evers.
And dropping in here, all eyes on Evers as he shoots into this top ridge here. He is going to line something up for us. I can feel it. 360 off that ridge. You know, we have seen that take athletes down. We've seen athletes straight air it, but that was insane.
That was really impressive.
You know, Vermont might be small, but it is mighty. Evers is showing that they are stacked with tricks, and he is just going to lace it up here on the circ. Such style in his skiing, too. Like, you can tell he's really developed his own character as a skier. And he wants to give credit to his parents and sister that got him into freeriding. So, quite the family affair here. Really fun to see what he's got in store for us.
Bopping around through these trees. Let's see what else he's got. Finding little poppers.
That was really fun skiing out of Evers.
Making the most of all these little airs. Another 360.
What wild skiing right now from this Vermont skier. 14 years old, Mad River Glen. Showing the crowd what Vermont is all about. Looks like he had to fight a little bush there to figure out exactly where he wants to go, because he is dialed. He's going to line it up, show it off.
Gonna link it up to the money booter.
And linking it up to the money booter. What a run from Evers. Oh, arms in the air. He is stoked as he should be. That was nuts. That 360 off the top. Huge. I don't think I'm ever going to forget that. That was insane.
Was beautiful. What an excellent skier. He is fired up.
Representing the East Coast, that was a beautiful run. And back up to the top without hesitating.
This is Sol, a Crested Butte athlete. She qualified third on Thursday.
And she's 13 years old, coming to you from Colorado. And her favorite part about skiing is having fun with her friends. And you can just tell that was an awesome air off the top from Sol. Sol is skiing for the soul. You can just feel it. It's in the name. She's got it. She is ready to put it down on the circ here today. Lining up this next feature here. Mandatory air there.
That's some speed.
Nice. No hesitation from her going into that. Sol's biggest hope for the future is to continue doing freeride and have fun. And it looks like she is doing just that.
Linking up some nice turns here. Showing that technique.
She's got something, a big spread eagle. Always a crowd favorite. We love to see it. The 3 words she would use to describe herself are brave, adventurous, and kind. And that is exactly what we want to see in our free riders.
Coming through the trees.
navigating it nice and smooth. Again, not easy to know exactly where you're going there. And she just looks like she is on a mission. Soul knows where she wants to go.
Coming in fast to that last air
Nice.
and right to her feet.
Beautiful skiing out of this 13-year-old from Crested Butte. What a fun run there. Representing Colorado. That was awesome skiing.
A beautiful run from Soul. Coming into the finish corral. Welcomed by her friends. Big hugs.
We love to see the love at the bottom. All of the girls supporting each other. Oh my goodness, you can just feel the love in that hug. Took her straight to the ground. Oh, she should be so proud of that run because that was beautiful.
Our next athlete is an independent rider, Cole Stiesny. We'll head back up to the top for our panel A judges when they are ready.
Cole's favorite mountain is Alyeska, and he is an independent skier. His biggest hope for the future is to be in natural selection. What an awesome goal from our 14-year-old here, and his favorite part about skiing is going fast and tricks.
I wonder if we'll see some tricks from him today.
The trick he's been working on is his Cork 10 and his Bio 10. So clearly he's been training hard to bring in that freestyle element, and we are excited to see what we have from our next athlete. We've got a nice view of the crowd here, all of the athletes, all the family, the friends, the coaches, all the people that support Freeride. What an awesome time here. So many skis in the finish corral. You can just see all of the support and all of the people, and it has just been such an awesome week of freeriding here. We started off with our U12s and then our snowboarders, and now we're here in ski finals today for our last day of competition at the 2025 IFSA Junior Freeride Championships. Athletes from Alaska to Patagonia. We've had so many countries here, and riders out of Japan and New Zealand. It is just truly bringing the whole globe together for the largest junior freeride event in the world.
So exciting for these athletes to be a part of. We have some amazing sponsors, BCA, Helly Hansen, GoPro, Giro,
Tahoe Freeride, of course.
Tahoe Freeride hosting the event. Huge thanks to Kirkwood Mountain Resort for letting us host here, being such a great support. Ski Patrol, Mountain Ops, everybody's been so helpful in making this event happen.
Getting ready to drop Cole in here. Let's see what this skier has in store for us. He says his favorite run to ski are the park, so I wonder if we are going to see some tricks out of Cole here.
Cole's dropping into the bucket chute, making light work of it.
So fast, so dialed. Catching some air there at the bottom. And what powerful turns we're seeing from Cole here. Really smooth and really fluid. Taking a unique hit to that mandatory and just really building up that line score. That was a large air there.
He has no hesitation going into his features.
He is so fast. My goodness, the ability of control and technique it takes to go that fast over terrain like this. Lining up the 360, I had a feeling we were going to see some type of trick here from Cole.
So floaty and smooth on that one.
It takes so much work to get those threes looking that good, and Cole has clearly been working on the tricks with a huge spread eagle off the Ross Tester air and cooking it into the finish crawl. That was such a fast run, Winter. My goodness. Cole making great use of his time on venue there.
He looked like he was having fun, too.
He really did with his arms in the air at the end. He is proud of what he did. And our second to last rider here in U15 ski women is Indy Tomic, coming to you from the Whistler Freeride Club.
Indy is such a fun rider to watch. She's so smooth, so strong, great technique. Let's see what she's got for us. Nice cross court there.
Indy is 13 years old, too, so she has another year in U15 ski women. She's going to line something up here, coming into this mandatory zone. Beautiful air there to her feet. And Indy credits her brother and her coaches for her inspiration in free ride. So again, drawing all the love and inspiration from all the people around her and just making her own unique style with it. Nice and big transfer air there from Indy. Her favorite part about skiing is hitting pow drops and making friends. And I bet she's got a whole new crew of friends that she met here at JFC's, and that is just what makes the freeride family so awesome, is these athletes supporting each other. It's a competition, but it is also a family. They want to see their competitors do their best, and that is what Indy is delivering. Beautiful floaty drop there at the end from Indy, and she's going to cruise her way into the finish corral. That was
a beautiful run. Yeah, so strong. No issues.
So fast, too. Yeah, that was so intentional, so dialed, and so controlled. Again, control is a category that athletes are being judged on, and Indy showed that she had full control over her skis, able to make turns whenever she wanted to, and she just laid that run down.
That was our second to last U15 women's rider. We have another rider once we get back to Panel B, but for now we are on Panel A and getting ready for Ira Zak from Whistler to drop in.
Ira is 14 years old and also skis out of the Whistler Freeride Club. So Whistler is representing with their athletes today. They just have an awesome set of coaches out there, and they clearly know how to represent here at JFC's and bring it home for the championships.
I know Whistler Freeride Club has Derek Foose here as a coach who's also on the board of directors for the IFSA and an announcer on the World Tour. It's pretty exciting.
So they are clearly learning from the best, and just so fun to see what they've been working on all season, because clearly whatever they're doing up there in Whistler is working. These Whistler athletes are coming to throw down, and we have just seen that in all of their runs here. Ira says that his favorite part about skiing is skiing. So through and through, he knows what he wants to do. He's going to make some laughs, make some rights, and we'll see something spicy out of this 14-year-old from Whistler. The most lit trick he's landed so far is a Lincoln loop. So I bet he's been working on that freestyle component as well and ready to show it off. I wonder if we're also going to see some tricks out of Ira here. And outside of skiing, Ira enjoys biking and hunting. So again, multi-talented athlete here, and he is just going to throw it down. I'm so excited to see what he has. What a crowd here we have at the bottom of the cirque. Taking a look at our start list here, we have a handful of riders left for our U15 ski men and one female skier left for U15 ski women. Then once those categories are finished, we will move on to our U19 ski men and women. Panel A is ready, getting ready to drop Ira.
Ira is on course coming into the sombrero air.
What a good name for that ridge, as Ira holds on but couldn't quite take that landing and unfortunately did lose a shoe, but you can see a ninja on venue ready to go and bring him that ski. And we're going to take a quick break here while we wait for Aya to get his ski back to him.
All my volunteers, if you guys would gather right here.
Oh, I can get you up. There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
free ride is freedom, a connection with the world, with nature. Exploration is a basic human instinct. It is in all of us. Getting out of our comfort zone, deciding where we want to be, and exploring new frontiers. Pushing ourselves to the limit.
All right, and without blinking, we are back on course. Bib number 258 on course, dropping in. We have Seda McLaclin coming to you from Snowbird. Seda is 13 years old and coming to you from the Alta Bird team, getting ready to represent Utah and show what she has been working on this season. Seda is lining up this chute here. Mandatory air, linking that up so clean and absolutely stomping that run. That was beautiful skiing. So consistent, so controlled, really showing the judges what they want to see. And staying so intentional with this run. Coming up to the wind lift, showing us a shifty and keeping it so playful through this midsection of the venue here. Grabbing some more line score points as she airs over the exposure and just stays so playful on her feet. Seda's biggest hope for the future is to make it to JFC again or go to Junior Worlds. And Seda qualified first for finals on Thursday, so she is showing why she is last today for our U15 skiers and just going absolutely bananas on that last cliff and cooking it into the finish corral. What a beautiful run from our Alta Bird skier, 13 years old, Seda McLaclin. And without blinking, back from the Whistler Club, we have Emmett Guy on course coming into the sombrero ear. Going to take it nice and big off the top there and straight to his feet. No hesitation, so clean. Emmett Guy, what a guy. My goodness, he is just cooking into this last part of the venue, keeping it nice and smooth as he laces up that air on the midsection of this venue. Oh, he's stoked. You can just see it in his riding. He is pumped. Emmett Guy is 15 years old, and his goal for the future is to go to Worlds. And he gets his inspiration from free riding from his brother and sister. With the Screamin' Seaman, that was awesome. We have not seen that yet on course today, and that is such a fun trick. The crowd loves to see it. Keeping it nice and clean over the Ross Tester air and just going to cook it into the corral. What a skiing from this Whistler rider out of Canada, BC, Emmett Guy. So smooth. That was just so consistent the entire way down. Really awesome skiing out of Emmett. Getting all the love from the Whistler team. Again, they are representing out here at JFC's. The Canadians are throwing it down and showing what that Whistler Club is all about. You can just see the smiles on their faces and looking back up at the venue and just being so proud of what they did. And on panel B, we are moving into our U19 ski men. So this is going to be our first rider of the day for U19 ski men. We have Calvin Day, an independent skier on course and showing no signs of slowing down, but unfortunately getting a little caught up there and losing a shoe. So unfortunately, that is going to be a DNF, a did not finish for Calvin Day. But we got the head tap. That is how athletes communicate to everyone around them that they are okay. They are safe. They took a tumble, but they are okay, uninjured. And we have a ninja grabbing his ski for him. Ninjas are people that are at the top in the course and are just able to help athletes retrieve their gear or whatever they might need first on scene. And unfortunately, Calvin did take a tumble, but he is okay. And we got some athletes down here wiping off some goggles, showing some smiles. It is quite the sunny day here in California. It has just been so fun to see what these athletes have in store for us.
Okay, now. Okay.
And just an absolute awesome day here at Kirkwood at finals. So the athletes that are competing today have qualified U15s on Thursday, U19s yesterday. We take about the top half of each field from their qualifying run and run them in reverse order to compete today in finals on the circ. In addition to moving into finals, the starting place on the circ is also higher, so that opens up more features for these athletes than they had in their qualifying run. That changes up the venue a little bit and allows them to go a little bigger and show off a little more creativity for what they can do with a bigger venue on the circ. And that is the future of freeride there, the next generation after these junior riders. So pumped to be here. Giving out the high fives. We can see Helly Hansen in the background, GoPro, BCA, again, all these brands that make freeride happen. We could not do it without them. Huge shout out to the Tahoe Freeride team, the Kirkwood Resort team. They've been so friendly. And the IFSA staff that is bringing you this live stream and making these events happen. And Panel A, bib 208, Ryder Sinclair, coming to you from Aspen Valley Ski Club. Ryder is cooking it into this top air, coming up to the ridge on Sombrero Air. Going so huge. That was a lot deeper than we've seen some of these other skiers go, and he just made it look so easy, so controlled, so consistent. Ryder is going to make some turns into this next shoot here and stay so calculated through that tricky run out. There's that massive rock these skiers have to ski around, and Ryder just executed that so smoothly. Ryder, it's in his name. He is just riding the circ right now, making it look so smooth. 360, again, so floaty. These juniors make these threes look so floaty, so smooth, showing off all the strength it takes to bring that trick around and just make it look flawless. Coming into turkey shoots, Ryder is not done yet. He has something else, Ross Tester Air, straight to bolts, and is just going to cruise in with some speed to the finish corral. That top air from Ryder was massive. It was so smooth, so beautiful, and he should be so proud of that run he just put down. Back to Panel B, our U19 ski male. Coming from Schweitzer, Idaho, from Saris Freeride is Nolan Rae. Nolan lining something up for us here from this top section of the venue. His biggest hope for the future is to make Mama proud. So heartwarming to hear that. And his favorite part about skiing is the freedom, keeping the free in freeride. And you can see that in Nolan's run. Nolan Rae, 18 years old, and his favorite mountain is Lake Louise. Unfortunately, losing a shoe there.
We're going to let Ryder get his ski on, and then we'll get back to the competition.
Yeah, come on, say hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, nice. Hola. Hola. Say hi. Yeah.
Nice, going over easy. Carries over the crease. Nice air at the bottom.
So you want to keep me going? Okay, hey. You want to say hi?
Hi.
Hey. Nice. You guys. Yeah. Where you from?
Colorado.
Colorado. Whereabouts?
Aspen Snowmass.
Aspen. So we have the final in A Basin next week. Okay. Where are you
No
guys
one
from?
making it down to the bottom of the venue.
Jackson.
Unfortunately,
Okay,
lost a
Jackson.
shoe up
Woo!
there, but
Yeah.
next up we have Oscar Roner from OV Free. Oscar is 14 years old. Sponsors wants to shout out TGR, Teton Gravity Research. His favorite mountain is Palisades Tahoe. Oscar Roner is on course. Let's see what he's got for us.
Huge air for Oscar. Straight out of the start gate. So fast coming down here.
A little bit of air off that wind lip, lining up this next feature with a 360 right to bolts. That was beautiful.
Beautiful. Again, so floaty, so controlled. Really shows that they've been working on these tricks to make it look so dialed in competition. Going for the cork 7. Wow. Bouncing back and around. Beautiful. That is such an impressive trick to throw in freeride terrain. You could see he was winding something up there at that wind lip.
What an impressive run. Another
360.
A great run from Oscar.
That was wild to see.
So progressive, so fun, so playful, yeah.
Really blending in that technique and freestyle, but without stopping. Our next athlete is Jack Guy from Mad River Glen.
Jack Guy is 18 years old. He's from Mad River Glen. His favorite mountain is Mad River Glen. His hope for the future, he wants to keep competing in college. His favorite part about skiing is the homies.
The homies. And huge air there, straight to his feet, showing the judges and the crowd that Vermont is not afraid to throw down, representing the East Coast. Jack Guy on course. Coming in for another chunk here. Really making this venue his playground.
Jack is most inspired by the mayor of Freeride, Luke.
And here he comes into this last section of the venue. Lining something up for us here. Going so big over that exposure. A nice creative take on that feature.
I don't know that we've seen anyone take that feature that way.
That was a beautiful trajectory, keeping it nice and unique to Jack's own skiing.
Outside of skiing, he's a lacrosse player too.
Come on,
These
make some
athletes are
noise,
so
guys.
talented in so many different sports. I bet that's the Vermont crowd at the bottom losing their mind for Jack Guy's run there. All right, our next athlete coming to you from Panel Bay is out of Sugar Bowl, Tucker Althoff.
This is the guy.
But Jack's not done getting the love yet. He is stoked. Huge smile on his face with that one.
Our next athlete, Tucker, is 12 years old. It's his first year in U15. His favorite mountain is Sugar Bowl. Let's see what he's got for us.
All right, here comes Tucker. Shifty out of the gate, setting the tone for his run and coming into this sombrero air here.
3 words that Tucker described himself as was savage, sick, and cool.
And I think we saw all 3 of those words in that top air there, because that was huge. For a 12-year-old skier, my mind is blown. And he is not done yet, lining up another massive one and not quite holding on there. But he does have 2 skis on his feet.
Looking like he's just getting himself composed before heading back down.
And he's going to shake it off and keep going. Because that's just the skier Tucker is. He's determined. He is so stoked to be here. Again, 12-year-old rider, so he has a couple more years in the U15 age division. Beautiful 360. Tucker is cruising, showing off the tricks. He's clearly been working on that freestyle component this season.
He's had a few podium results this year. First, third, top 5. Very nice.
Getting ready for this last section of the venue here. Here comes Tucker on the turkey tower. Coming into the money booter. And just didn't look like he quite had the speed to line it up for that one. But Tucker still has 2 skis on his feet, and he is back up, cat-like, and going to cook it into the corral here. Coming from Sugar Bowl, just north of Lake Tahoe, so he is a local to Tahoe, and their team is wild. I know some of their athletes, I know some of their coaches, and they just have an awesome program going up there at Sugar Bowl.
One of Tucker's sayings is "Have no mercy," and I think we saw that.
I think we saw that. He was gonna full send, and he delivered just that. He was not afraid to go big. No hesitation out of him in those airs. No stranger to free ride, clearly. All right. Getting ready for next athletes here. That is the cat we are running our live stream out of right now, actually. So huge shout out to Kirkwood for helping us get set up here, and the live stream crew making it all happen. All of our volunteers that are running the different cameras for us. I think we have 5 different cameras operating today from different parts of the venue to bring you all of the angles of your favorite skiers today here on the Cirque. Could not do it without our volunteers and our live stream team. They have been working for years trying to get this dialed. It is not easy to run a live stream out here on a ski mountain.
We have a generator going. We have, like you said, lots of volunteers. Our team has been working really hard to make this happen for you guys.
And it's something we value so much, is bringing Freeride to not only the people that are here to be able to see it in person, but the family members and friends and people that want to support and watch their athletes go, but just couldn't make it out to California. So thank you for tuning in, whether you're at home, making some spring laps somewhere on some chairlift, or wherever you are. We are so stoked for you for turning in and watching these skiers throw it down here at finals at the 2025 IFSA Junior Freeride Championships. And we are going to go to a quick ad while we wait for our ninja to help our skier out on course. Alrighty, back to panel A, bib 292, Jack Reynolds out of the Alta Bird team from Utah. Jack is 18 years old, and
that was a massive air from Jack.
Really setting the tone for his run right now. Training at Alta Bird, they have quite steep terrain there. Jumping into the chute and out with some speed, showing off that technique and staying nice and creative through that line there. That was a fun, unique approach to that feature. Setting up something here on this windlip, taking fun, cruisy airs, linking it to the 360. With the grab there, Jack is not slowing down. His favorite part about skiing is getting barreled. And he's coming into another hit here. up on the wall ride, handrail, here he comes. Big stomp. I felt like I could hear that stomp from here. That was impressive skiing from Jack.
And linking it up to the money booter with a nice 360. That was a beautiful run from Jack. Super creative, showing off his strong skiing. And we're right back at the top with Jack Reynolds.
We have Henry Gallant on course right now. Dual panel, you got to stay nice and quick on your feet. And Henry is coming into the sombrero air. Huge air off the top for this 15-year-old rider out of Revelstoke, BC. His favorite part about skiing is deep snow. But he is going to make beautiful use of these spring conditions, but didn't quite hold on there. Looks like he took quite a few tomahawks. But he is getting his feet below him, and we are looking for a head tap from Henry. And we got the head tap. Again, this is how athletes communicate to everyone around them that even though they took a tumble, they are okay. They are safe, probably a bit shook up, but Henry is okay. He said the most lit trick he's landed this year is rolling the windows down.
Guys from?
Whitefish. Where are you guys from? Salt Lake.
Salt Lake, all over from Whitefish. Whistler in the house. How about Jackson Hole. Love the Jackson Hole. Right on. Yeah. How are you guys? You guys having fun? Yeah. Where'd you guys come from? All the way from Reno. Okay, awesome. And obviously local skiers. Right on. Have fun.
All right, and while we wait for Henry to gather his skis and keep moving through the finish corral, our next rider is 16-year-old Brooks Miller from Crested Butte. So getting ready to represent Colorado at the top. It is an absolute vibe up at the start gate. It's just so fun to see all these coaches get prepped for what they're going to do and how their athletes are going to drop in. And here at the bottom, we have all the vibes, all the smiles.
Utah, love Utah. Which resort?
All the people that are out here at JFC's just excited to see the show that these skiers are putting on here in finals.
Right? Always good surf. Hi, guys. Oh, love Jackson Hole. Right on. Where are you from, bud? Palisades, the best. We love it. Awesome. Yeah. Having a good time? You're not taking a nap, are you?
Well, no, I just said it was a change of plans.
Hi, guys. How are you guys doing? We're live on TV. Yeah. Hey, bud. Right on. What's your mountain? Where are you guys from?
Sugar Bowl, yeah.
Sugar Bowl. Love the Sugar Bowl.
Ski if you can.
Ski if you can.
Ski if you can on a board.
I know, they don't allow me there.
No, me neither. You're welcome to come and buy beers, though.
Oh, thank you. All right. Hi, guys. This girl had a sick run, U15.
Youngest qualifier, Arya Chung, stopping her line.
Right on. Oh, Mad River Glen in the house. Awesome. Hi, guys. Yeah, where are you from? Oh, you guys are all Vermonters. The upside down state. I'm from the right side upstate, right next door.
The hype's over here.
But, yeah. Oh, the hype's there! Right on, right on. Here we go.
Alrighty, and back up at the top, we are getting ready for Brooks Miller to drop in, coming to you from Crested Butte. He is a 16-year-old skier, so a small fish in a big pond of the U19 category. But Brooks is here for a reason. Athletes have to qualify to get into JFCs, so they spend all season working really hard to earn points through the 2 and 3 stars and build their points to be invited to this event. Then, once invited, they have to take a qualifying run where we take about the top half of athletes from their qualifiers and bring them to finals, and they run in reverse order from who qualified last to who qualified first.
Looks like we have a skier on course.
Brooks is cooking it into his run here in finals at JFC's. Absolute speed coming out of this 16-year-old, lining up the 360 and absolutely lacing it. This is Brooks Miller, again 16 years old, and just absolute speed on the circ here. Second 360 of his run. No stranger to tricks, no stranger to airs. And his favorite part about skiing is his friends. So again, he's drawing that inspiration from the homies, taking the Ross Tester air, and that was quite the speedy run. A blink and you will miss it type of run. That was nuts. 2 3s, huge airs, and just insane fluidity out of this skier from Crested Butte.
We have Liam Coyle on course from Sugar Bowl. Let's see what he's got for us. Coming in with speed into this first air.
Taking the sombrero hit nice and huge and straight to his feet. That is a massive air. And Liam absolutely laced it. His favorite part about skiing is POW, but he is making beautiful use out of these spring conditions here. Airing into the Mandel and getting ready to take some air out. Stomped the mandatory and is just cooking into the next part of his run here. He is most inspired by Finn Billis and loves exploring when he's not skiing.
Coming up to this windlip, huge 360.
Huge three.
Right to his feet.
Another athlete coming out of the Sugar Bowl team, and they have just clearly been working on their tricks here this year and getting them nice and dialed for competition, because my goodness, that is quite the run here we are seeing from Liam. Navigating the turkey air here, nice and big with the shifty, adding that little style flair in there and just showing the judges that he's so controlled and so dialed in the air. He looks stoked. That was quite the speedy run out of Liam. Beautiful skiing there from our Sugar Bowl athlete. Okay.
Next up, we have Mac
God, you did
Bertelson, a
amazing.
Big Sky athlete,
Sugar
coming from
Bowl.
Montana all the way to Kirkwood Mountain Resort to show us what he's got here for the
Nice
Junior
job.
Freeride Champs at 2025.
Kirkwood Palisades, Tahoe.
Beautiful.
Tahoe Freeride. We're so stoked for them. So thankful they're putting on such an awesome event here.
The sun's out, it's warm.
It's getting quite warm winter. I don't know about you, but that sun is cooking everything down here. And honestly, really interesting to watch how it's changed the venue throughout the days. Some of these takeoffs that were much more prominent at the beginning of the week are starting to melt out a little bit. So that makes the venue even trickier as the week has gone on, as we start to lose a little bit of snow in that sunshine.
You do have to be kind of thoughtful of where you're going, how the conditions are going to change throughout the day. I'm sure all these coaches are talking to their athletes about it. If you're dropping early in the day, you may have to plan a different line than you would if you were dropping later in the day as the snow changes.
And here we are ready for our next athlete to drop in. All right, coming in nice and strong off that top air.
This is Mac Bertelson from Big Sky.
Staying nice and strong, airing into the chute to take the Mando without hesitation and putting in a beautiful turn in that run out. Again, showing that control, showing that technique, and he is no stranger to being in the air or being on big terrain. Coming to you from Big Sky, Montana.
He is having some excellent execution of his run. No hesitation, moving with pace, power, looking like he's having fun.
He is having fun, and here he's coming into the bottom section of the venue here, lining up something with the turkey air, I believe. With the grab, straight to his feet. What an awesome stomp. Flew down that run. That was so speedy, so fluid. I really like those two middle airs too, the way he just linked those gaps. That was really beautiful skiing. And without hesitating, we are back up at the top for Egan Kelly.
Egan is an athlete out of Revelstoke, coming from Canada.
Huge air there for Egan.
Just flying down the cirque. Coming into that mandatory zone, into the chute, beautiful.
So fast, so fluid. Egan's favorite part about skiing is powder, but not slowing down here on the spring slush we have, as Egan is cooking into this midsection of the venue with a beautiful transfer air there, bopping off everything they can find. He is just cooking into this chute. Coming up to the tower.
Another huge air. Egan just linking them up, back to back to back, huge airs, no hesitation, so stompy. Beautiful run.
That tower air is just so impressive every time we see an athlete do it. It's just massive. 15-year-old Egan Kelly, what a run.
We can hear the people in the finish corral. They're so fired up. Egan's fired up. That was a great run.
Our next athlete up top is a bit of a Tahoe celebrity here. We have Ryan Lapp going to drop in next. Ryan Lapp is 16 years old. He's out of the Palisades Tahoe freeride team.
Bib number 314, Ryan Lapp dropping in.
And I have a feeling Ryan is going to do something nutty as he sets the pace out of the start gate and cooks it into the sombrero air. Coming in with a 360 there, but not quite holding on. He still has two skis on his feet, and we have a head tap. So we know he's okay, but I think he's just kind of in shock at that massive send. That was huge.
So committing to come into a huge cliff like that, knowing you're going to do a big 360, but he's up on his feet, skiing down the rest of the venue.
Shaking it off. He is continuing with his line and keeping it big. Ryan is such a fun skier to watch. He's just got the tricks. He's got the airs. Outside of skiing, he loves knitting. Not something I knew about Ryan Lapp. So fun, keeping us on our toes. Another big 360, lacing that one up with the little shifty grab there. Coming into this last section of the venue here.
Coming into Y chute, moving into the tower.
Ryan showing us that he is not done yet. Absolute stomp city out of the tower for Ryan. And he is not done with the money booter. 360 with a bit of a mute grab there, but again, not quite to his feet, but he did not lose a shoe. Head taps all around. Ryan is just stoked to be here and get to ski the cirque. That was quite the run out of Ryan Lapp.
We're back at the top. Panel A is ready. We're dropping bib number 170, Brannigan Murphy, out of Steamboat, Colorado.
Brannigan is 15 years old and absolutely launching off of that top air. and just making speed into this next section, cooking it to this Mando here. Going to keep it so controlled and dialed as he absolutely laces that and cooks onto this next section of the venue here. His biggest hope for the future is to make it to the Freeride World Tour. Beautiful left side 3 there. Outside of skiing, he loves kayaking and hiking, so enjoys the summertime too. 360 off the Ross Tester air and is going to claim that into the finish.
With the tuck, he is excited. He had fun.
He is speed. He is grace. He is going to wrap that into the bottom here, and arms in the air. He is stoked.
All right.
And without stopping.
Panel B moving it into Owen Smith from Jackson Hole. Bib number 307, he is on course.
His biggest hope for the future is ski for the rest of my days on Earth. What a nice perspective, and he is just cooking it into the circ here.
We haven't seen that air yet. That was really well executed.
Opening up a new section of the venue for us. Owen Smith staying so creative. And his favorite part about skiing is flying in the air like a bird. Taking inspiration from everything the mountains have to give us. Ooh, that was a fun little... That was quite the send we saw there from Owen, and unfortunately did not take it to his feet, lost a shoe, but we have the head tap from Owen. So he is safe, he is okay, but probably going to send a ninja to him to help out with his ski. So just to remind our viewers at home, when an athlete loses a ski, they do not get a score. They get a DNF, a did not finish. And the first thing we look for is that head tap to make sure the athlete is safe and okay. And then we'll have a ninja come and help get them their equipment. So we're going to give Owen a minute to get his things and get off the venue.
It's a beautiful day here at Kirkwood. Sun's out. We have a few clouds rolling in and out. It's warm. A little bit of a breeze, keeping the snow from not moving to full slush.
Yeah, keeping it just firm enough. Again, it softens up so much throughout the day. So that's something the coaches really need to work with the athletes, is depending on when they're dropping in the day, that will certainly affect the line they choose. But while we wait for Owen to get his things, we're going to cut to a quick ad, and we will be right back.
All my volunteers, if you guys would gather right here.
Well, I can get you up. There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
All right, and without hesitation, we have Tavian Haden on course. Tavian is 13 years old, coming to you from Whistler Freeride Club.
Tavian qualified fourth in qualifiers on Thursday. So proving that he's meant to be here. Let's see what he's got.
fun take on there. That really booted him up, and he was staying nice and controlled to stomp that landing and fly through this section of the venue.
He's moving really quick.
So fast. It takes such control and technique to move that quickly through this choppy snow. It is not smooth. Tavian coming nice and hot through another air there and just absolutely linking these carves on the cirque here. No stranger to being in the air. Tavian is taking a unique line with that windlip out of the bottom there and just absolutely cooking that, flying through the air. That was awesome, and he gets the most inspiration from his riding from his coach. So shout out to the Whistler Freeride Club there. And dropping in rapid fire with dual panel here, we have Miles Engel on course. Miles is 15 years old and coming to you from Vail, Colorado. Getting ready for this next section here. Airing into this Mando chute and airing straight out, so controlled, so dialed. Beautiful technique out of our skier here from Vail. Miles' favorite part about skiing is being with friends and trying new things. So he is not afraid to push the limits and show us what he's got, which is a beautiful floaty 360 there. So fast and so smooth, making it look easy. He's going to launch into this last section air. 360 off the Ross Tester air. That was smooth. Miles has clearly been working on his tricks out in Colorado and delivering them here to JFCs. What floaty 360s we saw from Miles. It is not easy to make that trick look so smooth. And getting all the love from the team at the bottom. Huge smile on his face. He is so pumped on that run, as he should be.
Congratulations. I didn't see what
The crowd loves to see it.
Who's stoked to
What
be
a fun
here?
trick. Just really dialing in those threes.
Yeah.
Lacing them all throughout the venue. We love to see it.
Our next athlete is Angus McFaden out of Palisades, Tahoe, bib 164, getting ready to drop in.
Similar to all the other athletes, Angus's favorite part about skiing is skiing with his friends. So Angus has friends on a POW day. We love to see it. Angus is 14 years old, and his favorite mountain is Palisades, so Tahoe local through and through. Let's see what he has for us.
We just got word panel A is ready, so we'll see him drop in here shortly.
Here comes Angus, pole tapping and dropping into the course here. Setting the tone. We love to see athletes come out so confident and just line this up here. Beautiful air off that ridge line, straight to his feet. So smooth and so technical with these turns. Lining up the wing here. Nice and strong and avoiding the rocks, but maybe just washing out a little bit there. Maybe carried a little too much speed and hit a bump, but he did not lose his ski. He is back on his feet with cat-like reflexes. Strong skiing through this midsection here from Angus. The most lit trick he's landed in practice is a huge backy, but showing us that he is no stranger to air with that beautiful transition. Coming into the Y chute here, Angus is not done yet. He's got something big for us. I can feel it. No hesitation. Coming into the air and bit of a back slap, but back on his feet, catching another air there.
He's got his arms up. He's pumping his fists. He's fired up.
He's waving his pole. He is stoked. It's so fun to see these athletes come out of the corral so happy. And dropping in next,
we have Henry Flatch from Big Sky.
Henry is 18 years old, and his biggest hope for the future is to ski powder, but in the meantime, he is going to lace up a massive air off that ridge line. And line something up for us here. Nice and controlled as he makes some turns to line up this next air. Pinning our screens down.
gather right here.
Free ride is freedom.
All right, we are back. Thank you so much for bearing with us as we again run our live stream out of a snowcat here at Kirkwood, California. We are back and getting ready to drop our next athlete.
This is Lily Cutler, our first U19 ski woman from Sugar Bowl Ski Team Academy.
Lily is 16 years old, and her favorite part about skiing is Bluebird POW days and laps with the homies. So absolute friends on a POW day for Lily. And we are getting ready to drop our first woman for U19 ski women. Our finals run here today at the 2025 IFSA Junior Freeride Championships in Kirkwood, California, hosted by Tahoe Freeride. And we are stoked at what these athletes have been throwing down.
It's been so much fun to watch. We've seen huge airs, huge 360s, some creative lines, people skiing the mountain, making the most of it. It's been really great to watch.
We have, seen some massive tricks right now. I do not envy the judges that are sitting in that tent and trying to decide who is going to be our junior freeride champion today at Kirkwood. We have a peek at our start list here, and we are not done yet as we are still firing through our U19 ski women and ski men. We are running a dual panel system here today, so we have 2 sets of judges, which means 2 simultaneous competitions are happening at the same time. And this allows us to be super effective and efficient as we drop athletes. While judges are scoring an athlete from their panel, the next panel can drop, so it just keeps the competition moving, keeps it cooking, and we are getting ready to go here shortly as we just wrap up and wait for the judges to be ready to drop these next athletes. And we just got word that panel A is ready. So here comes Lily Cutler. She says her favorite mountain to ski is Sugar Bowl Baby. So let's see what this Tahoe athlete has in store for us as she cooks it into this top section here. Taking a spicy line. Nice and technical and to her feet. Our first U19 female skier of the day, and she's setting the tone for this division.
Lily is really showing her technique, linking up some strong turns, heading into this next feature where you have to really line it up perfectly.
And she does just that. My goodness, skimming by that rock, staying on her feet and showing that she has that athletic ability to stay super nimble and hold on as she absolutely cooked it out of that run out and makes her way now through this midsection of the venue, navigating through these trees and lining up a fun little grab there for us. She is cooking. Lily Cutler showing off some beautiful technique here. Again, technique is a category that these skiers are being scored on, so staying nice and forward in those boots, making those pole plants, and Lily is delivering just that. Coming into the turkey air here, what does Lily have for us? Biting off a nice chunk and making it nice and smooth as she finishes that run and sets the tone for our U19 ski female finalists here at JFC's.
Lily's coming into the finish corral. I'm sure she has some friends coming to meet her. Beautiful run. Super smooth. Sounds like we have Carter Durlacher from Whistler on course.
Carter is 16 years old and coming in nice and hot to the sombrero air with a huge 360 and absolutely lacing that. My goodness, that was massive and so dialed.
Coming into the double, no hesitation, moving so fast through there.
We are seeing some smooth skiing out of the 16-year-old rider from Whistler Freeride. Again, Whistler has a stacked team showing up here at JFC's. They are representing what their club is all about. Carter's biggest hope for the future is to have fun skiing.
Ooh, just a little short on that transfer air, knocking into the tree, lost a shoe. He's upright, he looks like he's okay. We'll wait for a head tap, or he's on his feet.
We got the head tap, so we know Carter is okay. And Carter says here that one of his favorite parts about skiing is to be as creative as you want. And I feel like we really saw that with his skiing, is that he was using the whole mountain, being so effective and taking a unique approach to some of those features that we saw. The way he laced up that double there was just so smooth and so efficient. Really intentional skiing out of our 16-year-old skier from Whistler. So we are going to wait for Carter to grab his shoe, and then panel B will get ready to drop our next panel A will be our next U19 ski female. And it'll be Anya Morgan-Smith. She is an independent rider. She is 17 years old, and her favorite mountain is Lake Louise. So I'm going to guess that she's also coming out of BC. And we're going to hang tight for Anya to drop in as Carter makes his way safely to the bottom. After an athlete loses a shoe and gets a DNF, they are encouraged to ski the easiest run down to prevent any more tumbling, or also to preserve the conditions for the other riders that still have yet to drop in.
Carter had a really impressive run up top. I think he should be proud of that either way.
And again, Carter's 16 years old, so he still has some more time in juniors, and here comes Anya dropping in. Strong and smooth. Anya is setting the tone here for this top part of the cirque in her line and just making some beautiful turns down this chute, catching some air there and staying nice and controlled on her feet. Beautiful transition there, and she is lining it up. Anya is not done yet. Her favorite part about skiing is skiing with the friends. These junior athletes love the community, love to represent what freeride is all about, and that was huge for Anya, the 17-year-old skier, absolutely lacing that hit there in the midsection of the venue. But Anya is not done yet. She's got something else cooking in the kitchen for us. Let's see what she has.
Coming into this transfer, right between the trees, nice landing.
Showing off that style there in the air too. She is so controlled and so dialed. And she looks to her friends for inspiration in skiing. So this is just so beautiful to see this athlete show off the freeride community and show off some epic skiing here. Coming up onto the wall of the handrail, lacing that feature. And does she have one more for us in the money booter? It looks like she's heading in that direction. Huge 360 out of Anya. That was so clean and so beautiful. My goodness, the female skiers in juniors are really showing up and showing what they are all about. We are seeing that gap close and seeing these women absolutely rip it up. So inspiring to watch these young juniors.
Next up, we have Gavin Murphy. He's a skier out of Utah, skiing for Alta Bird Freeride, bib number 283, coming into the top of the venue.
Huge air off that sombrero, but unfortunately not holding it on. Gavin's biggest hope for the future is a 2-bed, 2-bath, 16-car garage. So I feel like he may have a side little hobby there with some motorsports. And his favorite part about skiing is swerve. So Gavin's going to wait and get his skis back. Likely they deploy a Ninja to Gavin. His favorite run to ski is any green run. And his favorite interest outside of skiing is smelling flowers. I bet he's going to have a nice garden along that 16-car garage here for Gavin. 17 years old, out of Alta Bird Freeride in Utah. And we are going to wait here for Gavin to grab his things and keep moving on, and we will move on to our second U19 skier of the day. It's going to be Maddie Hasser. Is that Hasser? Did I get that right? Awesome. Maddie is 16 years old. She's coming to you from Vail, Colorado, but her favorite mountain to ski is Verbier. So she's clearly been all around the world. She's been working on some things. Her favorite part about skiing is, you guessed it, the freeride family. So I am just so excited to see what Maddie has in store for us. She gets her inspiration from Daniel McFaden, who I believe is her coach out there in Vail. I don't know Daniel personally, but I've seen his name a lot circulating in IFSA. He's just quite the coach, and just excited to see the way that these coaches inspire their athletes. They're not just teaching them things, but they are setting the bar for what these athletes are going to do with the future of freeride.
That's right, and Daniel's a great inspiration. He's an event organizer, he's a coach. Maddie has great mentors.
Great mentors, and that's really just what keeps these juniors pushing that sport. These coaches do so much for their kids. I've coached for a variety of ski teams, and it's not easy to tune into what each individual athlete needs. They all need different things. Some need to be really hyped up at the top. Some need a little more calmness, a little more of that calming presence. So it's really awesome to see the way that coaches can dial into the needs of each athlete and just be so specific to what they need, especially at such a high level of competition that we are at here today. We have a ninja on course helping Gavin get his ski. Ninjas are just one of the safety precautions that we use to keep our athletes safe, as well as having ski patrol stacked throughout the venue, keeping an eye on things. Huge shout out to Kirkwood Ski Patrol for opening this permanently closed terrain for us to really give us one of the best venues in North America to throw down these junior freeride championships. Just really helping these athletes prep for what is next to come in their freeride journey.
Gavin has his skis on and is heading down the venue now.
Making his way nice and safe to the bottom.
Gavin's just cruising down. We'll see him down at the bottom of the venue here soon, and then we'll get dropping Maddie Hasser, our third U19 ski female for the day.
How many do we have total today? How many U19 ski females qualified for finals here at JFC's?
Looks like 22.
22 athletes. That is so impressive. Every year I feel like this female ski field is just getting more stacked and growing, and so awesome to see these women inspire this next generation. They are the future of freeride.
It's so much fun to watch. I know I'm really inspired by a lot of these athletes as well.
Take a look at our start list here. Our next athletes that are going to come up in the start gate and just see what they have in store for us. We've seen so many 360s, so many grabs and shifties, and just a lot of really memorable lines out of these juniors here. Panning over the beautiful view we have of Kirkwood, getting back up to the start gate, Maddie Hasser getting ready to drop in, and here she comes. Nice shifty off the top, setting the tone for her run. Maddie is going to deliver. This 16-year-old rider from Vail, Colorado. Huge air off the sombrero, but not quite holding on. Unfortunately, losing both of her shoes. And we're just waiting for the head tap. She looks okay, and there it is. That is confirmation that Maddie is okay. Her biggest hope for the future is to eat more pastries. So hopefully Maddie gets herself a nice little treat after that massive air. The confidence it takes to send something that big is just mind-boggling. I know Winter's feeling super inspired by our junior athletes out here, just really setting the tone for what these skiers can do and where they are going to take the direction of freeride.
We have a ninja just helping Maddie grab her skis. She'll get those back on and then head down the venue.
Maddie's greatest interest outside of riding snowy mountains is enjoying the outdoors, so hopefully she's gotten to take some time here in Tahoe and just enjoy the beautiful nature that we have. And we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back momentarily for our next athlete.
All my volunteers, if you guys would gather right here.
Well, I can get you up. There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
Freeride is freedom, a connection with the world, with nature. Exploration is a basic human instinct. It is in all of us. Getting out of our comfort zone, deciding where we want to be, and exploring new frontiers. Pushing ourselves to the limit, taking the risks we choose to take, fighting against our fears and the unknown. Learning is part of the process. Being conscious and responsible for our actions. Freeride is a lifestyle, a deep connection that should never be let go. The IFSA is a wide-ranging freeride family along the Americas, reaching from Alaska to Patagonia.
We are getting ready to drop Zach Torres, one of our U19 ski men. He's from Sun Valley, bib number 322.
Zach's biggest hope for the future is ski, and his favorite part about skiing is tricks. So man of few words, but hopefully man of excellent skiing, as we're going to watch this Sun Valley skier make his line here at JFC's. And when asked if he has a favorite ski run, he says all of them. So I'm super excited to see what Zach has in store for us. His most lit trick is a spread eagle or quad daffy. So let's see as Zach gets ready to drop into the venue here.
We have Maddie Hosser just coming into the finish area and Zach getting ready to drop in. Zach's on course.
Zach is coming into a different side of this venue here than we've seen most of our skiers go. Coming nice and strong out of the top there. Zach Torres is making us keep his eye on him as he goes huge into that chute there and cooks it out. Keeping some air and catching a nice transfer there. And just keeping his run stacked with these airs. Zach is showing no sign of slowing down. And he's lining something else up for us. My goodness, what epic skiing out of Zach, showing us that he has his bag of tricks stacked. He has been clearly working in the park and getting it dialed as he comes huge into the Ross Tester air with a 360, a proper blink and you will miss it run. Zach Torres out of Sun Valley, Idaho, 16 years old.
Zach is looking so excited, as he should. Huge 360s, 720. That was amazing.
That was awesome. Really pushing the boundaries and showing off that blend of freeride, which is this beautiful mix of technique and freestyle. And he just did such a beautiful job of blending them. Getting all the hugs at the bottom.
We're about 2/3 of the way through our event today, so we just have about 40 athletes left.
And with dual panel, they are cooking as we put our eyes back up top for Masha Ashman.
Masha is from Winter Park.
She is 18 years old, and her favorite mountain is Kicking Horse. Her biggest goal for the future is Challengers / the Freeride World Tour, so let's see what she has in store for us. Masha says her favorite part about skiing is making lines come to life on snow, and that is what she is doing here, is really putting her own personal flair as she airs into this mandatory section here and lining it up for this next part of her drop. And keeping it nice and controlled and fluid as she heads into the midsection here. I'm sure taking a second to breathe as she lines up what is next for her. She looks hungry for it. Navigating through the trees, where is Masha going to go? She says she gets her inspiration from freeriding from her brother and coach. Staying nice and controlled on her feet and really showing off that technique. Showing the judges that she is staying within her ability and keeping it nice and strong over the Ross Tester Air. Oh, she looks pumped. Beautiful skiing from this Winter Park athlete. 18 years old, pole in the air. She's swinging it. She is stoked, representing Colorado and bringing it into the finish corral. Getting the mandatory hugs at the bottom, mandatory airs, mandatory hugs. That is what freeride is all about.
That was a great run from Masha. We're going to move over to panel B to our U19 ski men, and we have Donovan Martin coming in.
Donovan is 18 years old. He skis at a Palisades Tahoe. He's listed sponsors as mom and dad, so huge shout out to his parents and all of the parents that work so hard to get these athletes where they need to be. They're supporting them with gear, with training, what they need, taking them to and from the mountain. We couldn't do it without our free ride parents. And Donovan is dropping into the course now. Tahoe local.
Coming in fast to the chute here. Little air at the top with a bit of a shifty grab.
Huge air out of the top there and just cooking it through that landing. He's just so smooth. That exit was flawless.
Right into his next air.
Coming in nice up top on that shelf and taking that so huge, but not quite holding on, but just such speed out of that top air. Donovan says his biggest hope for the future is, he said his biggest hope is coaching freeride next season. Let's talk if you're hiring. So if you want a rad skier to coach your freeride team, hit up Donovan Martin. He is looking to inspire the next generation of freeride skiers. His favorite part about skiing is floating, which I think we have a lot of these athletes show, is that they just really love that sensation of being in the air. And honestly, I think that's one of my favorite parts about skiing too.
It is a great part of it. I love navigating the mountain. It's so fun to choose your line, ski it exactly how you want it, however the mountain wants it too.
Exactly. Winter, what's your favorite part about skiing?
That's such a hard question. I love skiing so much. I feel like it's the most I ever feel like myself, so probably just, you have to just be in your body and present, and that's really nice.
Doing some nice thinking and deep breathing. It's been, such an awesome sport. We feel so thankful to be here and so lucky to get to experience it. And then just to be at this event. My goodness, these juniors are throwing it down. I cannot believe the level of 360s, of airs we've seen, and then just the pure speed and technique we've seen in their turns. They're not only going huge, but they are skiing smooth. And it is just so fun to watch and so beautiful to see what these juniors are doing here. And we're going to get ready to drop our next athlete. Our next athlete, want to let us know who that is, Winter?
Ellie Reynolds from Altabird Freeride, a Utah girl.
A Utah girl. She wants to shout out RMU and Flylow. She is 17 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is to compete on the Freeride World Tour. Her favorite part about skiing is the community and the freedom to ski the line she wants to, which is just what we were saying here, Winter. It sounds like Ellie really embodies the spirit of free ride. And here she comes dropping in now. Making some beautiful turns through this top section. Again, they're not only going huge, but they are smooth. Ellie showing us how she qualified to be here on finals and how she deserves to ski this venue on the Cirque, permanently closed terrain at 2025 IFSA Junior Freeride Championships. Bopping over everything she can find here.
Beautiful air there, coming out super strong.
And when asked if she has a favorite run to ski, she says, I hate running, I like to ski. So clearly she knows what she wants to do. She knows what sport she signed up, and she is just showing it off right now in this line.
Beautiful transfer. Wow.
Beautiful. That was just so weightless and so stunning. Ellie has such a beautiful style. It feels really unique to her own skiing. Alta Bird Freeride team, they are just pumping out some athletes out here. Huge air there and just going to cook it in. That was one of the faster runs I feel like we've seen from our female skiers today.
So smooth, such a strong skier. That was great.
That was beautiful. Ellie Reynolds. I feel like that's the name we got to look out for, that 17-year-old skier from Alta Bird.
We're going back up to the top. We have Reed Litwiller. He's an independent rider, bib 309. What's he got lining up? Huge air. Wow.
Showing off that he is not afraid to come out of the gate hot as he is getting ready to line it up over here. He is inspired the most by Kelly Sens, and that is where he draws his inspiration for free riding. And just showing off that style. His biggest hope for the future is to be a better skier, and I feel like he is just raising that bar with that flawless 360 we just saw. Grabbing in some more air and some more style there as he cooks it into this last section of the venue.
Let's see what Reed has lined up for the bottom. Right into the Ross Tester air. Huge, straight to his feet. Coming in fast to the finish area.
Reed has been working on his dub back when he is not competing, so I feel like we are going to see some big things from this skier. Out of Arapahoe Basin is his favorite mountain, he says.
I'm sure Reed will be watching his Kelly at the Challengers at A Basin next week.
I bet he is. He's going to keep his eyes glued to what Freeride has in store. We are not done with our season yet, and we are back up top. Satie Hoscll out of Mad River Glen, another Vermont rider, showing up and representing the East Coast as she comes flying out of the start gate here. Satie is cooking into this top section. Looks like she's lining up something technical here. Showing that these East Coast riders are no stranger to big mountain skiing. She draws her inspiration from Angel Collinson in the movie All In. Awesome to see female skiers looking up to other female skiers, and she is just getting ready to lace up this section here. No hesitation, straight to her feet.
Finding some little nuggets there.
And her favorite part about skiing is the adrenaline rush. So Satie is clearly hungry for something here. And she is just making that look so smooth. She knows exactly where she's going. Lining up a nice another air there. And she is just doing such a good job of picking her line and sticking to it. She is moving with intention. Coming up to the Y chute. Keeping it so smooth and so dialed. Coming up on the wall of the handrail. And just absolutely stomps it. Comes out of there with speed. Is she hunting for the money booter? Or one more feature here? Yep, coming up. Grabbing some more air there. And Satie is going to cook it into the corral, our 18-year-old rider from Mad River Glen. She says Mad River is her favorite mountain, and I can see why. What a fun place to train and show it off.
Our next athlete up at the top is Reed Litwiller. He's an independent athlete. I had the pleasure to meet him at Silver Belt this week. He's such a strong skier, such a nice kid. Let's see what he's got.
Beautiful air there with a 360.
All right, apologies. This is actually Rye Mann from Sun Valley.
Right, man, what a man. He is laying down a run here, moving with such speed, such beautiful technique, and throwing down a cork 7. Not quite stopping the landing, but he's back on the move. And here he comes into turkey shoots. Huge 3 with the Ross Tester air. And just going to cook it out of the bottom.
That was such a great way to finish his run. I bet he is so excited.
He should be so proud of that. That was so fast, so smooth, and full of tricks, too.
Hanging on there. Looks like he had a bit of a catch on some snow down at the bottom, but he's in the finish corral and
getting the hugs. That was wild. I am excited to see what the judges have to say about that one. Our next athlete is going to be another Whistler Freeride Club, so that team is just staying absolutely stacked with their athletes that were invited to JFCs. I don't know what they're feeding them out there in Whistler, but they have quite the team showing up and throwing it down. We have Mariah Smart coming to you next. She is 17 years old. And her favorite part about skiing is the people and the freedom. A common theme we have seen here today is the community, is the freedom, keeping that free in free ride. And she gets her inspiration from the Whistler Freeride Club, shouting them out again. Here she comes, Mariah Smart on course. Coming into this nice spicy techie section here. I'm sure there are a lot of sharks, but they do not bother Mariah as she crushes that top section of the venue. Beautiful turns out of this 17-year-old skier from BC. Lining it up here. And no hesitation, just absolutely lacing that landing. Not even a bobble out of Mariah. She is unfazed by that air she just took. Nice spread eagle for the people. The crowd loves to see it. Beautiful skiing out of Mariah. What does she have in store for us for this last section here? Off the turkey chute, my goodness, catching that air and taking it to Stomp City. She looks so proud of that run, as she should be. She just made that look so fluid top to bottom. That was beautiful skiing.
we are back at the top. We have Nathan Pruzin from Jackson Hall coming in hot. Let's see what he's got.
Coming into chickens here. Making that look so smooth and so easy and getting ready to link it up to something else. Huge 360 straight to bolts and just keeping it on his feet. That was wild. And he's not done yet, throwing in some grabs there. With the spready, outside of competing, he's been working on his backflip and just showing that he has that freestyle component. and just lacing so many spins through this run. No stranger to freestyle. Huge cork 3 there. That was nuts. The crowd is losing their mind. He has his arms in the air. My goodness, that was insane riding out of this Jackson Hole rider. His sponsors are mom and dad, so huge shout out to his parents that have helped make this happen for him. He's getting all the love from the Jackson team at the bottom. That was bananas.
Mind-blowing run from Nathan.
That was some of the most tricks I've ever seen in a free ride run, I think. Yeah, it seemed to be every feature he was just spinning all sorts of ways and just really keeping us on our toes with that run. That was beautiful.
That's definitely the biggest we've seen anyone take that Ross Tester air.
With a trick off of it, too. The calculation that takes, that is just so beautiful.
Moving back to the top, Addison Gemma from Whistler. Getting ready to drop in.
Another Whistler athlete dropping into the course here. Her biggest hope for the future is that our mountains stay snowy. And she is boosting off of that sombrero air straight to her feet. These female skiers are throwing it down today. And here she comes into this section here. Oh, to the mandatory air. No hesitation, straight to her feet. Addie is making this look easy.
Linking up beautiful turns, showing that technique.
She gets her inspiration for free riding from her friends, and her favorite part about skiing is POW, friends, and Stoke. And that is just being shown off that Addie is here for the love of it. She loves skiing, and you can just tell by the way she is flying through this course right now, painting her own unique line on this venue. Navigating through the trees, coming up to this last section of the venue here, up on the wall, straight to her feet, smooth, beautiful skiing, and Addie is coming up to the money booter. One final air for her, and she puts it to her feet, and that was quite the run from Addie. That was smooth, that was brilliant. I am very impressed by our Whistler skier here.
We have Carden Tomic coming out of Panel B from Whistler.
Another Whistler athlete. My goodness, they are showing up. They are representing. And here comes Carden.
Huge
360. Almost a 5 there, I felt like. That was quite the send from Carden. Carden's favorite part of skiing is people and POW.
Seems to be a common theme.
Seems to be a common thing. I think POW is better with people, too. That's what they say. Friends on a POW day. Mm-hmm. And his biggest hope for the future is to make a career with skiing. And if he keeps hucking some sends like that, I think we are going to see something awesome out of this 15-year-old skier from Whistler. He is just going to keep his line cooking here and show everyone that he is not done. The trick he's been working on this season is a steezy 180 with the Japan grab and just linking another beautiful transfer air there. Carden wants to shout out Helly Hansen, Rosignol, North Shore Ski and Board, and of course mom and dad. And he's finishing up on the wall ride here on the handrail. And is he coming into the money booter? I think we have another taker on the money booter. With the 360 straight to his feet. Carden has put down quite the run there. All the love at the bottom from the Whistler Freeride team. Quite the athletes they have here. They are just absolutely stacking them up and throwing down some skiing out of BC. Whistler Freeride Club. And our next athlete is Lindsay Nagel. She's a Mad River Glen athlete, 17 years old, coming to you from Vermont. She wants to shout out her coach, Emily Crofton, who is her inspiration for freeride skiing, and she says she is the best coach ever. So awesome to see these athletes look up to their coach, and again, these women that are just inspiring the next generation of female skiers. Her favorite part about skiing is all of her friendships. And here comes Lindsay Nagel now, representing the East, setting the tone for her run, cooking out of the gate and lining up something here. Here comes Lindsay, lining up a nice techie section here with some airs. That was spicy and that was beautiful. Lindsay is cooking it up in the kitchen, keeping it spicy, keeping us on our toes, and she is not slowing down here.
Coming over to the mandatory air, lining it up,
lacing it up.
Right to her feet.
Beautiful skiing out of Lindsay. Lindsay says that her biggest hope for the future is she wants to be proud of herself and her accomplishments she makes along the way in the future, to never regret anything that makes her smile. What a beautiful take on life and on skiing, and Lindsay is just absolutely delivering that, and you can see she just loves this sport. Nice and strong here, lining up another air for us and grabbing those line score points and keeping them for the taking. Lindsay is staying so smooth and so fluid on her feet. Showing off some good technique and control as she lines it up for this bottom section of the venue. These East Coasters are no stranger to going huge. She's got one more for us here. Oh, and it looks like she just got a little caught up on that takeoff. That is heartbreaking to see. Lindsay, we have the head tap from Lindsay, so we know she is safe. We know she is okay. That is the most important thing. The crowd is going bananas for her right now. That was such a wild run out of our East Coast skier, 17 years old, Mad River Glen, Vermont. And this is just a look at what our view here at Kirkwood is. Kirkwood is quite the terrain for us. It's just a beautiful mountain.
We're just waiting for Ninja to help Lindsay grab her ski.
Looks like she might have had a little bit of a dry dock there. I wonder if that takeoff is getting a little more skied out as a bunch of athletes have been hitting it throughout the day. It really changes what athletes do depending on when they drop. As it gets more sun, more people skiing it, and that's just part of freeride. It is uncontrolled. We have our crowd saying hi here. All the lays, all the smiles. The vibes have been so high all week. Thank you for all the people that have supported us, all the friends and family and supporters of freeride, including BCA, including Helly Hansen and GoPro. We could not do it without our sponsors, without Tahoe Freeride, and without our community. We could not do it without you.
The people really are what makes freeride so great.
Our next athlete is coming out of Bridger Bowl. Eric Steckmest will be next on course.
Well, come on.
He is 18 years old, and his biggest hope for the future is to explore the world and ski all over. And you can just take a look at how massive this face is. There are so many things to jump off of. It is so hard to figure out where you're going. Pick a line and stick with it. Just so impressive that these are junior riders. And dropping in, we have Eric, 18 years old, Bridger Bowl. Coming into the chicken wing there. And just staying so fluid and so consistent with his skiing right now. Eric is cruising through the cirque, going for the double here, lining it up for that high takeoff with a little bit of a shifty there. And absolutely lacing it to his feet, making some more turns, staying so controlled and so dialed. He is flying right now. 180 to 180, showing off the tricks, throwing in the shifties, keeping us on our toes. His favorite part about skiing is being creative, and we can see that here in his run. Coming onto the Turkey Tower, taking a fun unique to the money booter with another 360. Absolutely beautiful skiing out of Eric.
He's fired up, coming into the finish corral. He just put down a beautiful run.
He gets his inspiration from all the homies, and it looks like they're at the bottom waiting to show him the love and give that inspiration right back to Eric.
We're going to head back up to the top of the venue here. We have Aurora Sherny from Mad River Glen.
I believe Aurora's out of Aspen here. We have Aspen listed here on her team bio, so maybe she hopped over. Maybe she was a Vermonter, and now she's skiing out of Aspen. She listed her age as 192 months, and her sponsors are her parents. Shout out to the parents for making this possible for her, and she is coming in nice and fiery into our run here on the Cirque.
The Cherneys, they're a family of telly skiers.
Family? Is she on tellies right now?
I think so.
I can't tell. Is she freeing the heel? Is she freeing the mind? Regardless, she is absolutely cooking it, grabbing more airs, and just staying so fluid and fun with those turns, those bops, lining it up. Really fun approach to this line here. That was really creative on that section there. I feel like that was just a really fun, unique take that we haven't seen a lot of riders just be so playful there. That was really awesome. She gets her inspiration from her brothers, who learned everything they know from their dad. So clearly this runs in the family. Family trait. She is just bopping over airs there. And her favorite part about skiing is her friends and siblings. So this is clearly something this family is no stranger to, and Aurora is just ripping it up here. Last section of the Cirque, what are we going to see from her? Awesome air, straight to her feet, and absolutely cooked that run. That was so fast, so fluid. Really, really beautiful riding out of our skier from Aspen.
Beautiful run. Well done. I hope she's proud of that.
She should be so proud of that. That was stunning.
Great run. Congrats.
All right, we have another East Coaster representing Mad River Glen, Seamus O'Neill. He is 17 years old, and he is coming in hot. Huge air out of the top there. Cruising out of it with some nice controlled turns, shutting down that speed and getting ready to line something else up. Going massive with a 360 there. That was gigantic. Unfortunately, not quite holding on, but we're looking for a head tap from Seamus. We're getting the head tap. Seamus is okay. He is safe, and that was gigantic. His biggest hope in the future is to represent Mad River Glen in the Freeride World Tour. And his favorite part about skiing is helping others achieve their goals and meeting so many new friends and people and some of his favorite friends. So clearly, Seamus is stoked to represent the East, stoked to be with the homies, and we are going to take a quick break, and we will return right back once we're ready for our next athlete.
All my volunteers, if you guys would gather right here.
Well, I can get you up. There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
All right, and we are back, getting to drop our next athlete. Winter, do you want to let us know who that is?
We have Genevieve Schuster from Palisades. We have a local girl. She's about to show us what we have here on the circ.
And here she comes, our Palisades Tahoe local. Looking for her out here on the circ, and here she comes. She is flying. My goodness, she is so fast. Where is she going? Only the crowd knows. Only she knows.
That was just, we had Seamus O'Neill coming into the finish, and Genevieve's going to be coming in from the top now.
Thank you for that clarification, Winter. We have Genevieve dropping in now. Genevieve is 18 years old. Her sponsors are Mom and Dad, and she is cooking through this section here, showing off some technique, showing off some fluidity, and keeping it smooth. Genevieve's favorite part about skiing are her friends, and here she comes lining up the mandatory air here. Where will she take this one? Beautiful execution, making a nice right-hand turn out of that chute, showing off that control and technique. Navigating through the trees here.
Making some beautiful turns, showing that fluidity, showing that technique.
And just keeping her run so nice and playful.
Nice little air.
Showing off that she loves to be in the air. Coming into this last section of her run here. Not done yet. Oh, with the shifty. She has the air, she has the control, but she also has the style. That was just really beautiful riding out of Genevieve. Her biggest hope for the future is to go to the Tour, so we will see what this 18-year-old rider has in store for us as we are back up to the top.
We have Mason Newell from Alyeska coming all the way from up north in Alaska.
And here he comes lining up the Sombrero Ridge. Absolutely beautiful.
Taking it huge.
Mason's favorite part about skiing is dropping cliffs, and we can see why. Showing it off right there. Oh my good, taking that double as a single, and unfortunately not quite holding on. I can't tell, I think he lost a pole up there, not a shoe. So he will receive a score, but unfortunately did lose his pointy sticks. Going down poleless. Mason is just going to keep cooking here. His biggest hope for the future is family, job, and money. That checks out.
Yeah.
In the summer, he enjoys mountain biking, climbing, mountain running, and he says, I just like rocks.
Nice 360 from Mason. No poles, no problem.
No poles, no problem. True park rat style. Let's see what Mason has at the bottom here for us.
Taking the Ross Tester air.
And then just going to cruise into the bottom here.
Here he comes into the finish corral. The people are loving it. They're fired up.
Representing Alaska from Alyeska Ski Resort. That was beautiful.
The air traffic is full. The air pattern is full.
They'll send a ninja to retrieve his poles for him. And then we'll head back up for panel A. We have Bryn Kapinga from Alta Bird Freeride.
And ninjas and everyone needs to make sure that the course is completely clear before the next athlete drops, because should the next person take that line and land on the pole, that would be a huge disadvantage to that next rider. So they really try to set up the course and make it as fair as possible for everyone. Here we have our director of sport getting things done. This is the woman that helps keep freeride alive in IFSA, Ariane Goulet. So stoked to have her on the team. She has just done such a good job catching her by surprise. She is just an absolute inspiration, an incredible snowboarder, and has just been such a blast to work with at the IFSA.
She's gotten her Eastern Canada series up on its feet and running. We're seeing growth in the series there.
And yeah, she's really just been trying to get more events running in Eastern Canada. So if you are in that region of Canada or even on the East Coast, you should definitely check out some of the events that she's been running, because just really trying to grow that part of the series and help the growth of the sport in freeride.
Rachel, we only have about 22 athletes left.
22 athletes left, and these last 22 athletes, U19 ski men and ski women, are the athletes that qualified first for finals today. So these are the people that threw down the hardest on Thursday and Friday with their runs. So these, U19 would have just been yesterday, actually. So these are back-to-back competitions for these U19 skiers. So you do not want to miss what these athletes have in store, as they have proven their way here to finals. And here is our ninja grabbing those poles for Mason. It has just been such a long, crazy week of freeride here, starting off with our U12 and snowboarders, and then moving into qualifying runs for skiers. It has been quite some time up in Tahoe.
We've been loving it here at Kirkwood. It's been sunny, it's been slushy, full spring beach vibes. Everyone is having a great time. Hawaiian shirts are out, leis are out. We've got people jibbing in the park at the finish corral. It's just been a great time. Huge shout out to Kirkwood Mountain Resort for hosting us and making it such a great event.
It's just been so fun out here. So thankful to be here. So excited to watch what these skiers have as we wrap up with our last, like you said, about 22 more athletes left. Again, that will be between two panels, a panel A and a panel B, two sets of judges at the bottom, two simultaneous competitions happening at once. That lets us be super efficient with our skiers and just get as many athletes on this venue as we can. This is permanently closed terrain that the Kirkwood Ski Patrol has opened up for us. And we get to run our live stream out of one of the Kirkwood cats here, so it has just been a blast chatting it up with you, Winter. What a fun week it's been.
It's been a blast. Sounds like panel A is ready. Bib 331, Bryn Kapinga from Alta Bird Freeride.
Alta Bird Freeride representing Utah, dropping in nice and hot. Here comes Bryn. Making some nice fluid smooth turns out the top there. Looks like she's coming into the chicken wing. Bryn Kapinga on course right now. This is Bryn, and she is showing us what she's got.
Coming out from Utah, representing Little Cottonwood Canyon, Alta-Bird Free Ride.
What is she going to line up for us here?
Coming into the mandatory air. Let's see what angle she takes.
Lacing it up nice and strong. Bryn says her favorite thing about skiing is meeting cool people and having fun days with friends. Again, here for the skiing and here for the community.
Navigating through the trees here. Making some beautiful turns.
She describes herself as passionate, honest, and outgoing. What a beautiful qualities to have for a free rider. And she is just lacing up these fun airs one after another, keeping it nice and smooth and so controlled. Fun little grab there over the windlip, and she's going to cook her way into this bottom section of the venue. Her biggest hope for the future is to have a happy life surrounded by the people she loves. What wholesome content out of Bryn right here. She comes up onto the wall ride of the handrail, absolutely stomping it. And maybe we have another taker for the money booter.
Very nice
air there. And she is going to wrap that up and take it into the finish corral. That was strong skiing out of our U19 female skier from the Alta-Bird team in Utah.
Excellent run from Bryn. We're going back up to the top. We have Henry Lance, also from Alyeska, Alaska. Let's see what he's got.
Showing off some powerful turns here to get this run started. No sign of slowing down as he airs into the sombrero air. Blink and you will miss it. Such powerful turns out of these skiers, really showing off that strong technique. Gonna take that double as a single with a 360 straight to Stomp City. My goodness, the crowd is losing their mind. That was huge and so flawless.
What a beautiful air from Henry. And another 360, no problem for him.
Clearly has been working on those spins. That was huge. I think that was one of the bigger threes we've seen today. That was so impressive.
Another 360.
He must be getting dizzy from all those spins, but he looks like he is going to send it straight to the corral. He is claiming it as he should. That was wild skiing.
What a great show from Henry. The crowd is going nuts. Everyone is loving it.
Oh my goodness, they're so proud of him, and he should be so proud of himself. That was beautiful skiing. I mean, that was just something else. So huge. Had all the airs, 360s. That was nuts. I am very impressed by that skiing. Alyeska showing JFCs what is up. Getting all the love. Mandatory hugs in the finish corral.
Okay. Oh my God. Jesus.
Your crowd is just losing their marbles at that.
We're going to head back up to the top. We have bib number 357, Reagan Beatty, out of Whistler, representing Canada.
Another Whistler Freeride Club athlete, Winter? My goodness, they are showing up.
There must be something in the water up there.
I don't know what they're feeding those Whistler kids, but it is working. Reagan is 16 years old, and her biggest hope for the future is to go to Junior Worlds. And her favorite part about skiing is skiing with the friends. Representing Canada. Getting super pumped for Reagan to drop in. All right, Panel A is getting ready to drop her. 16-year-old skier out of Whistler. She's going to come in below sombrero, and let's see what Reagan has for us. Fun shifty out the gate there, setting the tone for her run.
Coming around the sombrero.
taking that fun techie section that is not easy to navigate.
Finding a bit of a nugget there.
Yeah, showing that she can be techie, she can grab the airs, and she's going to line it up here.
Nice airplane turn, setting herself up for this mandatory air.
Keeping it fun, keeping it playful, and keeping it technical. She lines that up and absolutely laces it, crushing the run out, keeping it so smooth, throwing down some big carves on some very not smooth terrain. Beautiful fluid skiing from Reagan right now.
Coming into that transfer, landing right between those trees in that alley, finding another air.
Keeping it so playful as she skis. She is just clearly having so much fun. And she's coming into this last section of the venue here. Reagan is not done yet. Lining up the turkey air straight to her feet. And she's going to take that one into the corral. That was beautiful.
Such a smooth skier. We're back at the top. We have Griffin Patterson, an independent rider, bib 285, coming in hot.
Here he comes. Massive. That was wild, showing off so much control, setting the tone for his run, and taking that so massive again. Clean run out, throwing in those nice technical turns, get his speed under control. Griffin is 17 years old, and his favorite mountain is Fernie. With the Screamin' Seaman, showing us that he's got the tricks. His favorite part about skiing is POW, and his biggest hope for the future is skiing. Coming in here, this last section of the venue, lining up something big, and just absolutely stomping that massive air. That was wild.
What a way to close out a run.
Such calculated skiing. 17 years old. Shouts out Mom and Dad and Armada Skis.
Super stylish rider coming into the finish crowd with the shifty.
Getting the fist bumps. Griffin should be so proud of that run.
Oh my God. Dang.
I didn't notice that up on the top.
18
Nice job,
skiers
bud.
left today.
Right on.
Our top qualifying athletes from Thursday and Friday. 18 athletes left. I bet most of them are up top, getting ready to drop in and wrap up this JFC event. We will do our overall awards tonight and crown the winners of the North and South American Series, the Americas, all the way from Alaska to Patagonia. Our JFC Championships finals for U19 ski women and ski men. All right, panel A is getting ready to drop our next athlete. Winter, do you want to let us know who that is?
We have Freya Kaslink from Whitewater, bib number 336 on course.
Another Canadian athlete. Freya coming in hot, taking that bop and setting the tone for her run. Coming around Sombrero with that nice techie line, super fluid there. Her biggest hope for the future is to ski across the world, and her favorite part about skiing is being outside with cool people. Catching in some nice air there. Grabbing those line score points over that exposure and just cooking through this section of the venue. Freya is on course and showing no signs of stopping. coming into another transfer there. It looks like she had a little bit of a funky takeoff, but she is back and moving once again, grabbing some more air. No slowing down for Freya. Another bop there. And then coming into this last section of the venue. Getting super techie as she lines up this next air. And, not quite holding on there, but she is on her feet and back on the move to the corral. The crowd is cheering it up for Freya. That was such smooth skiing out of this 17-year-old skier from the Whitewater Freeride team.
Sounds like panel B is ready, and we have Hayes Livernoy, an independent athlete, dropping in.
Number 287 on course.
All right, nice and strong over the chicken wing. And getting that control back as they just keep bopping through.
A nice 360.
He is just cooking through this section here. Not afraid to air, not afraid to spin, and certainly not afraid to stomp straight to bullets. Hayes is back on the move, jumping over everything he can find. The cirque is his playground. Another 360 for Hayes. So floaty, so controlled. And he is not done yet. Throwing in another one. This man loves to spin. Oh my goodness. I don't know if he knows how to straight air. I think he only knows how to 360.
What an amazing rider.
So fun when these athletes just keep these tricks stacked.
Let's see what he's got here at the bottom.
Oh, I bet we got another one for the money booter. Oh, and I think we could have predicted that that was going to be a 360.
What an amazing run from Hayes.
Was that spinning like a top?
I
That
think
was
six,
nuts.
maybe.
6? Who can keep count at that many? You know, how many degrees of rotation was that total was the real
That was
question.
great.
That was wild.
I bet he is so excited, so fired
So
up.
stoked. I think that was the most 360s we've seen in one run, but we are back to U19 women's ski. We have Hannah Webb on course. Hannah is 16 years old from Team Summit, Colorado, and she is just going to launch straight into that venue, throw some powerful turns, and control that speed out of there. Hannah Webb coming in nice and hot. Oh, she's taking it proper. She is going in, avoiding that rock, and she's so controlled on her runouts. The way she's just laying down those carves off of these massive airs she's been hitting is beautiful. So much control. 360 for Hannah. The women are showing us what is up with these tricks. The girls are not afraid to spin. Catching more air there. Hannah's hopes for the future are to have a dog and get Bitcoin. Her favorite part about skiing is skiing powder and taking her boots off. But she is locked into those ski boots now as she makes her way through this last section, coming up to the tower and skiing some nice, awesome turns through that chute. Maybe we have a taker for the money booter here.
Looks like it. Very nice
Get
air.
grab.
Okay. We've had so many good runs today. These athletes are throwing down.
Hannah's been working on her hockey stop and her pizza. Let's see what type of stop we get from Hannah here. Throwing in the hockey stop, getting the hug. Hannah Webb should be so proud of that run. That was beautiful. She shouts out Dad McFaden too, Team Summit, Colorado.
Another shout out for Daniel.
Another shout out for Daniel. I don't know what Daniel's feeding these athletes, but he is doing it right.
Panel B is ready. We have Simon Roberts from Whitewater, Canada, dropping in. Bib 317.
Simon is 16 years old, and he is going to set this tone nice and smooth and line up something here. Sombrero Ridge, massive. He came in with so much speed and just took that so far. Really had to shut down that speed there, but did a good job of doing that through the chop.
Wow. Massive air. Right to his feet. Straight into some beautiful turns.
Going so big. He credits his inspiration from freeriding to his mother. And his hope for the future is to ski at the Swiss Alps. Grabbing some more nuggets there. Making that last feature look so small compared to his last two. Simon is just airborne. Absolute pilot out here on the cirque.
Coming into the Y chute. What's he got for us? Bit of an air. Coming into the tower. And here he goes.
And just taking flight again. A little bit of a backslap, but popping straight up. Not done yet. Simon is grabbing everything he can in that run. That was absolutely stacked. Describe yourself in 3 words, and he listed 1, stubborn. That was wild for our 16-year-old skier out of the Whitewater ski team. Oh my goodness, he should be so proud of that run. That was nuts. 16 years old. The kids these days, Winter. They are nuts.
These days. It's so much fun to watch.
Alrighty, panel A is ready to drop our next athlete.
Bib 342, Katie Hersom from Flathead Freeride. We've got the pull tap, and in she goes.
Strong, powerful turns there. Airing straight into that chute. Katie is 18 years old and just going to stack up that top part of the venue. Her favorite part about skiing is that it's fun, and I don't think you can really argue with that. Skiing is quite a good time, and her hope for the future is to make the world a better place and ski a lot. Wholesome content coming from Katie Hersom.
Finding some air, right into some turns.
Showing off some beautiful technique with those nice turns, arcing the ski, lining up another air, staying nice, quick, and nimble on her feet through that spicy section. She wants to shout out her Elan skis that are taking her through this venue so smooth that she just has full control over them. And getting ready to line something up here. Catching some air off the tower and cruising in here. Money booter taker, I can feel it. Nice air, and what a run from Katie Hersom. Flathead freeride team.
Nice run from Katie. Getting to the finish corral. People ready to greet her.
The 3 words that describe her are talk, sparkle, and unicorn. Quite the personality coming out of this skier. We love to see it.
Back to our Panel B athletes, our U19 ski men. We have Gus Olson, also from Alyeska, Alaska, dropping into the cirque.
All right, here comes Gus, getting ready to put on a show for us.
Wow, what an air.
Making that 360 look so casual. Gus is just eating 360s off the top for breakfast. And he's going to air into that without even batting an eye. No hesitation. Gus is just taking flight through this line here on the circ. Lining something up on the tabletop here. Another 360. Staying so controlled and fluid, as I'm sure he's catching his breath here to do something else nuts like the Ross Tester air. And it's going to link that straight to the bottom. He looks stoked. Fast skiing out of Gus Olsen.
Once panel A is ready, we're going to have Sawyer Popovich coming into the circ, an independent rider.
But her favorite mountain is Kimberly, BC. She says her team is Team Hot Potato. Sawyer's 15 years old. And part of our job here at the IFSA that Winter and I do is we publish results from a lot of these events that happen throughout the season. And Sawyer's name is one that I kept seeing on top as I was publishing results. And she said she had a first at Red, a first in Kimberly, and a second in Kicking Horse. So it is no wonder that she earned her place here at finals today at 15 years old.
So impressive. First year U19.
And she's up top in finals. Here comes Sawyer. Her biggest hope for the future is to ski, and she is going to do just that here right now.
Finding a little bit of air coming into the chute.
Such beautiful turns out of Sawyer.
Creeping around the chicken wing. Maybe she'll find this cross-court air.
Keeping it nice and smooth. She's flying through the circ right now. Gonna line this up nice and proper and drop it straight to Stomp City, cruising some turns out of it. That was beautiful. Sawyer Popovich popping over everything she can find. I mean, it's in her name. This girl wants to fly. Showing off that style. Her favorite part about skiing is that it's fun.
Skiing is fun.
Skiing is fun. And she just looks like she's having an absolute blast up there right now. She is not done yet. Sawyer's got something for us here. Let's see where she goes.
Coming around some trees, lining it up, right to her feet.
Not done yet. One more shifty for the crowd. 15 years old. That was nuts. And she gets her inspiration for freeriding from her sister. In 3 words, if she could describe herself, it's, I like skiing. Dropping in our next athlete, nice and fast. Who do we have here, Winter?
Our next athlete is Casey Hemstad out of Whistler.
Casey is 15 years old with the hopes of going to the Junior Freeride World Tour. Linking up that double like it's nothing. So smooth, so controlled. Whistler Freeride team continuing to throw it down.
Coming through these trees, into the goalie.
Casey's favorite part about skiing is the adrenaline rush.
Ooh, getting caught up in those trees.
They just absolutely grab that ski from him, waiting for a head tap from Casey.
Looks like he just took off at maybe not quite the right angle. We hope Casey's all right.
Looks like a slight miscalculation from him. I'm sure he's grabbing his breath here. Taking off his gloves. And we have the head tap. Casey is okay. Sometimes the athletes just need a minute to take a deep breath, assess how their body actually feels after a launch like that, and check in and make sure that they don't give that head tap prematurely, that they actually are okay. And that is what Casey did. He took a deep breath, took a minute to assess, and then we got the head tap. We can see we have a ninja coming up here right now to retrieve some skis. Casey gets his inspiration from his sister. She has been in the club for a while, and she helped him join. So it seems like free riding is a family affair there, and just so awesome to see, you know, younger brother looking up to big sister. What a beautiful thing in free ride is just having the family, having the friends. And this year, Casey had a second place run at Crystal and a 7th at Whistler. In 3 words, he describes himself as energetic, fun, and happy. And outside of skiing, he's also a runner. So he's got the cardio, he's got the skiing.
Looks like they got one of the skis out of that tree.
Just fighting nature to get that ski back. I swear, sometimes those trees grow arms, and they will grab you.
That's exactly what it did.
And how many more skiers do we have left here, Winter?
We are into our top 5 qualifying athletes, so we just have 10 more athletes. Next up, we have Tara Nagel from Mad River Glen. She qualified 5th yesterday for the U19 ski women. I'm really excited to see these top athletes ski.
Tara is nuts. I remember her from the Mad River team when she was a U12, and the whole Nagel family is just absolutely wild. Her sister, Lindsay Nagel, also competed earlier today, and Tara is only 15 years old. She says her sponsors are up for grabs, so I think someone has to come in and grab Tara with a sponsorship because this girl is going places. And it looks like we are grabbing our ski here. Getting them back on his feet.
We've had over 100 athletes drop into the cirque today. We've seen some amazing runs from these people. I can't wait to see these last 10 athletes drop.
All my volunteers, if you guys would gather right here.
Oh, I can get you up. There you go.
We want to be here, all right? That's where we get our power from.
We have Casey coming into the finish corral after losing a couple skis to a tree mid-venue. He's looking like he's all right, bumping his fist. We have Tara Nagel dropping in at the top, bib 361.
Tara Nagel, 15 years old, here she comes.
Coming into the sombrero air.
So massive. Tara's 15. I cannot believe that. That is so wild. So much control, so much technique out of this young rider. And just making the spicy, bumpy section look so smooth. These Mad River Glen riders are no stranger to big mountain skiing. This is epic skiing out of Tara. So technical, so dialed. She is just absolutely crushing it. And Tara's biggest hope for the future is to become an amazing role model for girls of the future.
I think she's already doing it.
I think she's absolutely fulfilling this dream. I mean, I want to be Tara when I grow up. Look at those turns. She is crushing. And she gets her inspiration from her sister Lindsay and her big brother Ryan. All three of them are just absolutely insane skiers, representing Vermont, East Coast, the Eastern Freeride Series. Coming in nice and hot here. And unfortunately not quite holding on. It looks like she may have gotten caught up in a traverse track or something there. But we've got the crowd going wild. And waiting for a head tap from Tara. I don't know if you saw one yet, Winter. But we did get a head tap from Tara, so she is okay. Yep, there it is again. Letting the crowd know that she is safe, she is okay. She's just taking a moment to kind of take a deep breath, get her legs back under her, probably grab her skis, and that was just wild skiing. I mean, that top air out of a 15-year-old, that was massive. Tara just seems so fearless. She was so confident going into that final air. And I think just the conditions today didn't quite line it up for her as she was hoping. The three words that describe her are hungry, ambitious, and happy. And I hope she gets herself a nice treat after that one because Tara deserves it. Her favorite part about skiing is the sound of carving into the snow first run early in the morning. And what a beautiful feeling that is, catching like one of those first runs of the day and just laying down some nice carves on groomers. That's what Tara appreciates the most out of skiing.
You can see her turn quality as she was coming down. I can tell that she loves that fresh cord.
Fresh cord in the morning, California slush in the afternoon. Tara Nagel, Mad River Glen, 15 years old. The crowd is going wild for her. They know that she is an up-and-coming name in freeride. So impressive.
We have Ben Novakoski coming in, an independent rider.
His favorite mountain is Fernie Alpine.
Huge air to start off his run.
Setting the pace and the tone here. He looks like he's going big.
Another huge air.
That was so massive. His biggest hope for the future is to become more chill. And his favorite part about skiing is 180s into powder.
Nice air there.
He is just going massive. Ben is airborne. And he is lining up this last part of the venue.
Coming into the tower. Another huge air right to bolts.
So confident going into those huge drops. I mean, that is just the bravery it takes to face something like that and launch yourself is so impressive. And Ben did just that. Ben is a confident skier. You can just tell in his riding.
What a beautiful run from Ben. Ben qualified 5th yesterday. And you can tell why.
You can tell why. He earned that spot in finals. He worked all year to boost up his points in the IFSA series and then throw down a run yesterday to qualify for today. But moving back up top,
Mary Huggle from Oler, BC.
On her athlete bio here, she says it's Hug Ill because she's the illest. So here comes Mary Huggle, taking that nice and techie line. Mary is 17 years old and making some powerful turns here, displacing that snow and moving it right where she wants to go. Look at that carve from Mary. Lining that up and lacing it past that rock. That is such a tricky run out, and Mary made that look so smooth. Mary's from the ULLR Big Mountain team out of Lake Louise, Canada.
What a huge air from Mary.
She is flying, the 17-year-old skier. What is she going to line up for us here? Coming in so fast and so controlled here. Grabbing that air. That was such a fast rider. Fast line out of this Canadian skier. Mary Hoscll. Sponsors are the Bank of Mom and Dad. Shout out to her parents for getting her all the way to California from Canada. That was a fast run.
Way to go.
Getting all the hugs at the bottom. The team is so proud of her. Canada is just really representing here today at finals.
I'm sorry, I wanted to radio you before. It was so bad.
Of all the smiles from the friends, it just makes me so happy to see them support each other and cheer each other on. You can just tell how happy the team is to watch their teammates do things like that. It's so impressive.
Next up, we have Zebedee coming out of Tahoe, a local ready to throw down on the circ.
Zeb has made quite a name for himself up in Tahoe, competing in the Tahoe freeride circuit. He is 17 years old. His favorite mountain is Palisades. His biggest hope for the future is to make $1 million. And his favorite part about skiing is the freedom and jumping off of stuff. So I bet Zeb's going to jump off some awesome stuff for us here today at Kirkwood. Last year, he was second overall ranked and invited to the Junior Freeride World Champs. So he's making a show back up here at JFC's. And this year he threw a cork 7 in comp and a dub off the side of, looks like one of his favorite runs at Pally. So he's been working on the tricks, and I bet he's got something for us today. And here comes Zeb dropping into the circ. I'm stoked to see what he has for us. Coming in with speed, making a splash in this slushy snow. 360 to bolts, making it look easy. Zeb's not done yet. 360 into that chute with a mandatory air below him. And coming in out with the grab, straight to his feet. Really strong skiing. He just looks like he has so much control over his skis. Zeb is dialed. Another 360, little stall in that too. So fun to see that control. And wow, holding it together. That. Yeah, I thought that tree was going to take him, but he was just on the move there. And he is not done yet. We have this final section, and Zeb is going to throw it down. I can feel it. Coming to the money booter. 360 with the blunt grab there. That was sweet.
What a stylish rider.
Stylish rider is such a good word for him. That was just so fun to watch. Doing it for the people, but looks like he's really doing it for himself too, showing off what he has.
We're into our top 3 qualifying athletes, the last 6 riders of the day.
And these are the people that qualified first, second, and third in their runs yesterday and on Thursday. So these are the people that you are not going to want to miss because they threw down some wild runs the last 2 days. We run in reverse order from who qualified. So these are the athletes that came out on top the last 2 days.
We have Alexa Yang dropping in. She is out of Aspen.
Alexa Yang is 15 years old. Coming in nice and hot to the sombrero air and taking it huge without batting an eye. So smooth and so calculated from this young rider from Aspen.
And so fast.
So fast. lining something up here.
Another huge air.
Oh my goodness, she is just so dialed on those massive airs. Her hope for the future is to be a ski guide in Argentina, and her favorite part about skiing is that feeling of floating, flying, and freedom. That sounds like freeride. Float, fly, and freedom on that last air there. Alexa is showing it off.
Alexa is such a great skier. I'm really impressed with her riding. She's keeping her skis on edge, moving with pace and power.
And here she comes to this last section here. She looks like she's going huge. And unfortunately not quite holding on to that last air, but she's back on her feet, uninjured, nice and safe, and she's going to roll it into the corral. She credits her brother, Bodie Yang, for her inspiration in free riding. And she got a first in Copper, Breckenridge, and Crested Butte with an overall first last season. So Alexa Yang is not a name you want to sleep on. And by that run, my goodness, that girl shows no signs of fear. She went huge.
Looked like that snow is just a bit grabby in the landing.
It's taken down the last two people that have hit that air, so I wonder if it's just getting a little funky throughout the day. There's some shade rolling in here. And again, these conditions just change so much throughout the day. That's something that makes freeride so spicy, is that it's an uncontrolled terrain. It's just what the mountain has to offer. These freeriders will take, and sometimes you win some and sometimes you lose some. Sometimes it will grab. But we are going to head back up to the top for our next rider on panel B.
We have Cade Cochrane. He's from Revelstoke, getting ready to show us what he's got.
He is 17 years old, another mom and dad sponsor. Shout out to the parents. His biggest hope for the future is to get pitted in POW, and his favorite part about skiing is POW. Describing himself in 3 words, he says, "I like POW." So let's see what the skier has to do with these slushy conditions as he drops in with some fun, stylish airs to set the tone for his course. Nice and huge and straight to his feet off the top. We love to see it.
Another huge air.
Taking that double as a single without batting an eye. Getting his control back under him, making some turns to lay down that technique and stay nice and controlled. That is what the judges want to see, is strong, controlled riding. Cade loves being in the air, you can tell. He is just flying down this section here. And it looks like we had a massive air from the tower back to his feet and giving us one more air there at the bottom.
Amazing run from Cade.
Amazing run from Cade. So fast, so fluid, and so strong from the 17-year-old rider out of Revy.
Revelstoke has some strong skiers.
All right, our second to last female.
Ingrid Gerds is from Vail, Colorado, bib 341. Let's see what she's got for us.
She is 17 years old. Her favorite part about skiing is the people with 2 hearts. Again, the freeride family, it runs so deep. It is so much more than a competition. It is a beautiful network of people that are just here to support each other and push the sport and just see where they go. Here's Ingrid dropping in. I love these top airs these athletes take and really just get them self-hyped, get the crowd hyped. And Ingrid looks like she's about to go huge. And unfortunately not quite lacing that landing. We're going to look for a head tap from Ingrid. She popped up. Got a ninja coming up to her. And we didn't get a head tap, but she's grabbing her poles. Sometimes there's just so much adrenaline. There it is. There's the head tap. Ingrid is okay. She's going to grab her gear. And it looks like that might be Patrol and a Ninja right there. Again, they have them stacked throughout the venue, just making sure they can get to the athletes as fast as possible, should need be. But Ingrid is okay. Her biggest hope for the future is to continue having fun outside. She wants to shout out Matt and Justin, who are her favorite coaches ever, and give her the most inspiration for her free riding. Outside of skiing, she's a figure skater. So fun. She's got all of these snow sports.
I'm in the cut right now.
Ingrid coming to you from the Vale team. Her favorite mountain is Verbier, and she wants to shout out Philo and RMU skis.
We have a Ninja on course, making sure Ingrid can get her skis back to her.
They're quite a bit away from her, so they really don't want athletes putting, a boot pack into someone else's landing that still is likely going to hit that hit today. So it's easier for them to just send a Ninja, grab the skis from the top, and ski them down to her. And Ingrid had some impressive results. At the Snowbird 3-star this year, she placed second. And then at the Breckenridge 3-star, she also placed second. So she is no stranger to the podium at those high-level 3-star events. And here we have a Ninja bringing her skis.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind switching for a second. I don't know.
Taking a look at the crowd here, we've got smiles, we've got color, we've got sunglasses.
Hoping everyone remembered their sunscreen today.
We've seen quite the goggle tans and burns this week on some of these athletes and parents, and just really getting zapped by that California sunshine, but we do love to see it. And we have only 3 athletes left. 1 more ski female and 2 more ski males. Our next athlete. Who is our next athlete going to be, Winter?
We have Wyatt Atkins from Whitewater in Nelson, BC.
Another Canadian athlete showing up and holding it down. Back up top. I'm sure they are just so excited to get their runs in and show it off, and then take a deep breath and be done with finals. Our next athlete, Wyatt up top, he is 18 years old from the Whitewater Freeride team. His favorite mountain is Whitewater. His biggest hope for the future is just to make it. So whatever that means to Wyatt, I hope he achieves that. And his favorite part about skiing is just skiing. He gets his inspiration in free riding from the older Whitewater boys. So again, so awesome to see that community come together. But here we have Ingrid making her way down. So thankful to see these athletes ski down after such gnarly crashes. But again, these athletes are just so resilient. They know what it takes to be a free rider. It is definitely some slam sometimes. Sometimes you got to win some and you got to lose some to make it as a free rider. But Ingrid's got her arms in the air. She is so pumped to be here.
The crowd is giving her some love.
They're psyched for her. They're psyched for her. And that's something we love to see. Oh, she's giving bows. But here's Wyatt dropping in. Nice shifty off the top. 360 off the top and stomps it.
Moving with lots of speed into this next zone.
Here he comes, making this look so smooth. That was nuts. That was a unique approach to that feature, too. And he spun it absolutely calculated skiing from Wyatt. You have to be so dialed and precise to land something like that. Popping in some nice little airs there, grabbing that line score point over that exposure, and just throwing in those shifties. Coming into the Y chute.
Onto the wall ride.
Wall ride and taking a nice air off the handrail.
That was really, really nice.
So smooth.
Still one hit to go with another 360. Very nice run from Wyatt.
That is not a name you want to sleep on. That run was nuts. Wyatt is serving absolute bananas in that run there. He was our second to last athlete, so he qualified for finals second yesterday. Back-to-back comp days for Wyatt, getting all the hugs at the bottom. And our final ski female of the day, why don't you go and introduce the legend, Winter?
Hannah Epstein from Palisades, Tahoe. This is not a name you want to sleep on. Came in first at Silver Belt with a huge double backflip just last week and is here today to throw down on the circ. Coming through this techie section into this open snowy area.
And at the Whistler 3-star, Hannah threw a cork 7 in competition, which is something we have not yet seen from a female freerider. So Hannah is just out here making history. I'm a huge fan of her skier, and this is why. She is just so dialed and so clean. Hannah gets her inspiration from her dad. So beautiful to see the whole family. And her favorite part about skiing is hanging out with her friends and going big. Two things that Hannah is really good at with the Screamin' Seaman. She wants to shout out Helly Hansen, Nordica, and Smith. And Hannah has something else lined up for us here. I can feel it. Last big air here. Looks like she's going to line something up for the money booter. Nice, beautiful 360. That was so floaty, so gorgeous. Again, keeping that lead arm open in a 3 takes so much core strength, and she has clearly been working on her spins this year.
The people are fired up for Hannah, bringing her into the finish corral. That is your final U19 ski female competitor of the day.
She is just a crowd favorite. She's really made a name for herself in free riding, and I think this girl is going to do big things in the world. I'm so excited to see what she has in store in her future. And she's just getting all of the hugs at the bottom. Hannah is epic. I am a huge fan of her. Huge smile on Hannah's face. We love to see it. The stoke is there for Hannah.
Our final competitor of the day, U19 ski male, Cooper Watson from Grand Targhee. He qualified first yesterday. Let's see what he's got for us.
Cooper is 17 years old on the Grand Targhee team. He wants to shout out Atomic, TGR, Helly Hansen, and Mom and Dad. He didn't list much in his bio here, but he did say his favorite part about skiing is air.
We'll see him get some air, I'm sure.
I'm sure Cooper's got some big airs lined up for us today. And that'll wrap up Panel A for us. So those judges are done. They have done the work. Those athletes did not make it easy for their judges by any means. I do not envy being in the pit on a day like today with athletes like we saw. That was wild. Such talent out of these young skiers. And we have just one final skier to go for our last run of the whole week of JFCs. And there he is up on the venue. Last but certainly not least, And Cooper is getting ready to drop in. Cooper Watson from Grand Targhee, 17 years old.
Cooper Watson getting fired up.
Getting the fist bump from the coaches. Really locking into his run. I'm sure it's been a long day of planning for Cooper, watching how the conditions have changed the venue, and just getting ready to rip his line. This athlete qualified first for finals yesterday. And he is just getting ready to throw it down. I am so excited to see what Cooper has in store for us. The crowd is stoked. Everyone is gathering right at the corral for this last athlete. I'm sure Grand Targhee team and just all supporters of Freeride are stoked to see Cooper.
Mr. Cooper Watson on course. Let's see what he has.
Coming into chickens. Huge 360, so effortless, so clean. Beautiful turns out of this run out. Another 360 for Cooper. Oh, we're at 3 360s for our count for Cooper Watson here. And we can go and make that 4 360s with that nose butter right there. So we're at a 4 360 count for Cooper. Going for the record here, I see. With a 7, so we have 4 360s, a 7, so many degrees of rotation, I can't even keep up. And I have a feeling Cooper's going to go bananas here, which he does, and just doesn't quite hold on there. He did lose both of his shoes, I believe, unfortunately, but we have a head tap, so Cooper is okay. And my goodness, way to wrap it up with a crowd pleaser. He went for 5 360s and a 720. That is bananas.
What a crazy performance from Cooper.
I think Cooper might think he's in the terrain park. That was pretty nutty. He was just so calculated and unfortunately just not quite holding on to that last one. But my goodness, what a top and mid section of the circ. That was his playground. He was not afraid to show what he has been on all week, all season, just really working on it. And Cooper's just grabbing his skis now, going to wrap it into the corral. That was mind-blowing.
What an amazing... That was our final competitor, Cooper Watson. We've had an amazing week here at Kirkwood Mountain Resort for our Junior Freeride Championships for Region 2, North America, South America. It's been so much fun.
What an insane week of skiing. These juniors are really elevating the level of freeride. Huge shout out to our sponsors. We could not do it without BCA, without Helly Hansen, without GoPro, Tahoe Freeride for hosting this event, and the IFSA for holding the whole series together and putting on this championship event. Thank you so much for tuning into our live stream, and we are just so pumped at the week we had here at Kirkwood. Thanks for a